Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Tabletop Tavern, episode 7 of season 2. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jenny. I will be your DM for the entirety of this campaign, so get used to me. I'm going to let my players introduce themselves, starting with the fabulous, the dressed for the occasion, Victoria Shaz.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria and I play Lione the Bell.
Hi, my name is Ryan and I play Galen Wayfair.
Hi, I'm Doe or Doadir and I play Gris Littlefoot.
And I'm Pippin and I play Ariadne and Kailte.
So for those of you who weren't here last week, I'm going to provide a brief summary of our last episode, episode 6. Last episode on the Tabletop Tavern, the party stopped by Raphael's Fineries in the elven capital of Freylin before moving on to the human capital of Aelus to meet the more pleasant half of Lione the Bell's family. Although they were not without their surprises as well. When last we left off, everybody had just headed to bed after a rather eventful family dinner. Not eventful so much in anything particularly dangerous happened, just kind of a good insight into the nobility of the world. Today they will be preparing for a ball. Day breaks early the next morning. Though most of you manage to sleep well past the sunrise, the heavy velvet curtains that hang before the windows of each of your rooms, blocking most of the light. Once you are all awake, you are ushered downstairs by Lione, who collects you all from your various quarters and chatters on about the simply delectable pastries Bertram surely must have purchased by now. You enter the dining room, where you had your dinner the night before, and find Luciana and Bertram, who takes on a remarkably informal posture, seated across from each other at the table, seemingly in conversation, though the butler leaps up and springs into action as he notices you, pulling chairs back from the table so you may be seated.
Good morning, Mama. Good morning, Bertram. Leone's immediately saying it.
Oh, Lione, it's so lovely to see you, my dear. How did you sleep? How did our guests fare? Bertram, why don't you go get the pastries that you picked up for Lione today? Very good, Mum. And he sort of darts out of the room.
Gris kind of stretches and she turns to Leone's mother and she's like, okay, so I'm usually not one for sleeping on plush beds. I prefer something a little more reasonable, like maybe the ground. But let me tell you, I slept like a child, like a dream. It's magnificent.
Oh, my dear, that's distressing. The ground portion. You're not making my daughter. They're not making you sleep on the ground, Lione.
Trust me, she doesn't give us a choice.
Once.
I've tried many times, but she refuses. She says she needs a bed and a pillow.
And nothing ever quite lives up to home, so don't worry, Mama.
Well, now I can see why, Lione. These beds are absurd.
Isn't it incredible?
Certainly helps her morning humor. Now I can see where the benefit comes in, and I'm staring at Galen.
Oh, well, she's never been much of a morning person. But who can blame her? Look at all that good that the beauty sleep does her. She's just radiant. You're just radiant, Lione.
Thank you, Mama.
But
Lione kind of sits down, in the spot where she usually sits down. She's not really thinking. This is just this is her home. So she just kind of sits.
Gris is like, but is it, as you pull out a chair, is it the bed or is it the ball that's got you excited? And kind of sits herself down next to Lione.
Lione is like, honestly, it's just being home. I do love a ball.
Gris just kind of smiles. Gris grins at getting dressed up, and she's like, "That's a fair point for you, Lione."
Oh, but Lione, surely you're excited to see Sir Marius. I hope.
Oh, of course, Mama.
Okay, good. Remember what I told you.
Yes, I don't think I could forget.
Gris raises an eyebrow at that, and then kind of turns to Lione and does a eyebrow raise, Marius.
Lione is just kind of Yeah, okay, it's a bit early.
Gris
doesn't say anything.
Gris knows a good bit about, just as a reminder, about Lione and Marius's backstory due to writing Lione frequently during that break when they were apart. So Gris is very invested. Probably more so than usual.
Ari just walks over and starts to take a seat opposite this time, leaving one open for Galen, obviously. Just starts to take a seat, just thinking, remember, but you haven't told... How can you remember what you haven't been told? Just like in her head.
Galen sort of just like wanders over to the table and just sits down in the chair, whatever chair was closest to him. Not really saying much. He's still half asleep.
Lione kind of puts her hands together and is like, how was everyone's baths last night? Too warm? Too cold?
Gris raises her eyebrows at that and she's like, well, once I got in, it was great. Getting out was also difficult.
I was a bit concerned about that.
All I'm saying is at one point, I think my butt was higher than my head and my arm was... And soap...
so you were swimming?
Well, I'm saying just getting out, I was just kind of... topple. I had to topple. I had to kind of...
Are you
Didn't
okay?
you wild-shaped into a more useful form?
Oh...
Ari, don't give her ideas. Ari, no. Don't give her ideas.
She can wild shape and she couldn't get out.
All she's seen is a fish.
Imagine if I wild shaped into something tall and just stepped over it.
What is wild shaping?
Oh, you have to see this.
No.
Chris's eyes sparkle with pure joy, and she kind of straightens up and pulls on her shirt, and she wild shapes into a bird, the more beautiful bird that they saw on the island where they met Marius, actually. So the more kind of tropical one than her usual sparrow. And she kind of jumps up from the base of the seat and jumps to the back of the chair and lets out a little chirp or two and kind of tilts her head over at Luciana.
Luciana is very obviously torn between delight and just being completely aghast, and she's like, there is a bird in my dining room. At which point Bertram appears and goes, Lione, I would prefer it if your friends maintained one form.
Yes,
in our
Bertram,
home.
Don't worry. I was just
Well,
about
good thing
to...
you weren't in the bath with me, Bertram.
Why would I want to
David,
be
what?
in the bath? I'm so sorry, give me a second. And why would I want to be in the bath with you, sir?
I'm part fish.
Or
Galen
something
just,
like that.
gives him a thumbs up.
Bertram,
Yeah.
He's half Triton. Not fish.
Gris lets out a really loud squawk in Bertram's direction and does kind of a defiant fly around the top of the dining room, kind of fluttering above Luciana's head for a moment and then landing back in her chair. And
Ari just goes, that's a good point. You didn't specify which form.
Okay, can you just be a human again or a halfling again, please, Gris? Please.
Gris turns her head to Lione, tilts her head, and then just a sad kind of and turns back into her normal form.
And Lione casts message really quickly, and just says, just a reminder. The only magic my mother has really seen is mage hand and message.
Gris kind of chuckles back and she said, she did ask, so I thought I'd had to show her, but I will stay human.
She probably would have wanted words, an explanation.
Gris is like, actions are always better than words, Lione. You should know that.
And Lione just kind of stops and is like, Bertram! Pastries?
Very good, ma'am. And he's sort of almost out of nowhere seems to conjure a large platter covered it in pastries and sets it down in front of you. And he goes, shall I have the chefs put on some tea?
I would love that.
Oh, very good, ma'am. And he moves away from the table very swiftly.
I would like a pastry description.
Yes.
All right.
You gotta come prepared with these from now on, I think.
So, Lione, you take a moment to examine the pastries. They appear to be from your favorite bakery, the one you have loved since you were a child. You actually have very fond memories of this bakery, not only with your mother and grandmother, but actually Bertram used to bring you along when your mother would send for pastries from there. And he would allow you to sneak as many samples from the very friendly baker as you liked. He seems to have selected what he recalls as your favorites, which delights you. The pastries that you've requested and he's purchased, there appear to be 3 or 4 variations. The first are buttery scones laden with multicolored berries, some of which shouldn't even be in season, which is quite impressive. There's also muffins of various flavors. You think you can smell maybe carrot, cinnamon, lots of spices, and they're frosted with sugar paste, which you always enjoyed a lot as a child. The final type of pastry surely is filled with many different things, but are flaky, golden, almost puff pastries that you know to be filled with an assortment of cheeses and meats.
Lione kind of claps her hands together and goes, Bertram, my favorites. And then grabs one of each and puts them on her plate.
Ooh. And Chris kind of just leans forward and stares at them, and she's just like, I don't even know what half of these are.
Galen joins Chris, and it's sort of like a cheesy anime moment where he's like, "Whoa!"
Chris kind of makes eye contact with Galen, and she points at one and kind of does a "What do you think?"
Galen's just mesmerized because he's not used to seeing actually good, appetizing-looking pastries.
Lione points at the puff pastries and looks at Gris and says, "Those ones sometimes have meat in them. I know you don't usually eat that, so I would go for one of the other ones."
Chris gives her a thank you kind of look and grabs one of the berry scones and kind of cracks it open and extends half to Galen we're gonna sample these.
Yes.
Ari's just ignoring their bewilderment and is kind of just going for the berry ones, and they take it and they just look at it for a second, take a bite, and with their mouth still full, they turn to Lione and go, "Finally a good juice and magic."
Lione goes, yeah, knowing what Ari said, just kind of looks at Ari and is like, yeah. And then Lione looks to her mom in abject horror, is she going to say anything?
Luciana is staring between the two of them and reaches out, takes her own a scone for herself, breaks off a small piece, puts it in her mouth, and makes a very obvious point of chewing with her mouth closed.
Ari's just oblivious. I don't know what they intended to achieve.
Gris kind of, after taking a rather large bite and managing to eat it, turns to Ariadne, who has picked up one of the berry ones as well, and is like, "What was your flavor?"
All of them?
All of them? All the flavors?
There's a lot of... and I hold the rest of it out to you, and I'm like, there's a lot on here. Just look at...
Gris reaches and tears off a piece and takes a bite, and she's like, they're the same. Very good. And goes in for another scone, once again, breaking it apart and throwing half at Galen.
Galen catches it with one hand.
If you're going to finish it, you could just each have your own. There's no shortage of food here. I don't know what your backstory is that made you so tentative to take what you need.
Also get more if you are that hungry. There's...
Gris is like,
Mom, please.
Gris is like, "Oh, I didn't mean to offend." She's like, "Well, I haven't had some of these, and it looked like Galen hadn't had some of these, so I thought we would taste them, and that way if we didn't like them, the other one could have one, and then we're not wasting."
Well, That is a very sweet sentiment, Miss Littlefoot, but...
Call me Gris.
Gris? Food does not go to waste here anyways. It will be fine. Anything that we don't eat, the staff can eat, and Bertram makes it a habit to distribute any extras purchased to the monks and clerics in town.
Gris kind of takes this, I think, like a little bit the wrong way, and she's like, "Oh, well then I won't have any more. Everybody needs some."
Oh, Gris, that's not. No.
What do you mean?
No. At this point, the dining room door flings open, and in walks Leonida LaBelle, who looks like her hair is in the same style it was last night, just a little bit more flyaways. She's got some very obvious bedhead. She's still in a night dress. Oh, you're still here.
Good morning, Grandmama.
Good morning, Lione. Are you seeing the handsome man today?
Yes.
All right.
It's his birthday.
Ariadne, it's wonderful to see you. I'm so glad you're still here. It would have broken my heart if you left before I could give you some of that wine from last night. I want to make sure that you are able to take as much as you need. If I remember correctly, Lione has this weird purse thing that she can just put a bunch of shit into. I've watched her do it.
Yes. This is true. I also don't know how she does it, but I'm very grateful. I'm happy to see you too, considering you're the only one around here seems to actually appreciate good liquor.
Well, what can I say? My granddaughter's beautiful, but she's a little bit of a spoil sport. Just a little
bit. Ari just chuckles and goes, "Well, I'm glad you slept. You seem to have slept well, at least."
Oh, nothing helps you sleep like half of 8 bottles of wine.
Yeah, the very bare minimum, a nightcap, really.
Absolutely. Leone, you should bring the elf over more. I like them. better than the elf your mother used to bring around.
I bet.
Oh, well, I won't argue there.
We've met that elf.
We have.
All of us.
Chris is like, no.
He was handsome, but I did not like him. So far, I like this Marius boy. Now, has your mother told you about our expectations for you in terms of, she would like to be a grandmother, I would like to be a great-grandmother. I know that she, your kind can live forever, but I'm going to die someday soon.
Oh, yes.
Chris is shooting Ari a look, and then kind of looks at Galen like, "Oh, Leon."
Leon looks at her grandma and is like, "Yes, Grandmama, you have both made me very aware, and I maintain that I would like to stay in Sir Marius's good graces, so we're not rushing anything."
You know what the best way to get into a man's good graces is? Mother, please, there are guests here. All I'm saying is that if you want to be in a man's good graces, in order to get into them, you first have to get into his mother.
Gris kind of spits out a little bit of scone at this point. And his tears are kind of streaming down her face from laughter.
Galen's just full on choking at this point.
Ari's just confused, sort of staring at Leonida, a little bit intrigued, going "Men have good graces?"
I like this one. You should. I'm telling you, Lione, if you don't bring this one around again before I die.
Grandmama, can we please stop talking about you dying?
By the time you're my age, Lione, you either come to accept it or you live in denial. Why do you think I live life to the fullest? You should try it sometime, honey. I heard that there will be there will be an open bar tonight. All I'm saying is maybe you should let your friend teach you how to party. I also feel like that one over there, the handsome one, he's a little too skinny for my taste. I feel like he knows how to party too.
You'd be right.
Luciana at this point is just
squinting at Galen.
Luciana reaches across the table and takes Leone's hand reassuringly and whispers to her, "Now, Lione, some of what my mother is saying is correct, and some of it is a little off the rails, and I'd like to apologize for her bringing it up with company here."
It's okay, Grandmama. Or Mama, it's okay, Mama. They were there for all of it. This is nothing.
Rather than taking her seat at the head of the table, Leonida sort of sits down as close to Lione as she can be, so probably next to Gris, and leans around Gris to Lione and goes, "Now, Lione, I do have a present for you."
Oh?
I had Bertram, after I heard you were awake, I had him go look at the dress that you have, and I noticed something, and I thought maybe it would be a good time to give you this. I was going to wait until your wedding, but God knows when that's going to be. So, I had him pull this out of my jewelry box. You know, for a man who's just a little bit too forward with your mother, he's very useful around the house. And she, like, sort of, like, pulls out a box and slides it towards you.
Lione takes it. Goes, "Grandmama, what is this?" And then she opens it.
Gris kind of like leans over to peek.
Inside of the box is a string of pearls and a matching set of pearl earrings. You recognize these as something your grandmother's had forever. And your mother, looking over, gasps a little bit. "Mother, are you sure she's ready? What if she loses them? She lost that ruby ring you gave her when she was 10 years old."
"Mama, I'm not a child."
Chris is like counting on her finger.
Thank you so much. This is... Well, you know I've always loved these.
Well, I just think you'd look beautiful in them, and if you're not going to take my advice about getting in a man's good graces, I think that you should at least have any leg up. Obviously a metaphor, because you're a prude, but a leg up for the interaction. And at this,
Lione
she like grabs a bunch of pastries and shoves them in her mouth as you take her hand.
Yeah, I feel like Lione would grab her grandma's hand and be like, "Thank you, Grandmama. These will look beautiful tonight."
Only half as radiant as you, darling.
Oh, thank you. And then Lione kind of closes it, pockets it so that when she gets ready, she can put it on, and then just starts eating her scone and her pastries.
Gris kind of like turns to Lione and she's like, "Your family's really wonderful, Lione."
Lione looks at Gris and says, "Thank you. They mean everything to me."
Gris nods and she's like, "I was a little worried after your father, but you come from good people."
He didn't raise me.
Gris gives like a knowing nod and just smiles and takes another bite of a different pastry, still handing half over to Galen.
Galen's still choking. But he reaches
I'm next
out
to
for it
Galen,
anyway.
so I'm just gonna give him like a hearty like whack on the back to make sure
Galen
he's not
coughs
actually
up
choking.
salt water.
Is that how that works?
Upon Ari slapping Galen on the back, Lione kind of looks up and is like, "Are you both good?"
Oh, I
Galen
am.
just,
He
like-
should learn to grow some gills, fish boy.
He gives a thumbs up, but his hand's like shaking.
You good, Galen?
Gris is like, "Sorry, that was so good."
Galen, as you're coughing, Bertram appears beside you and sets a large mug of hot tea next to you and says, "This will help, Master Wayfarer."
I don't think I'll ever get used to that. It's so cool. Thank you, Bertram.
Yes, well, I don't think I'll get used to having a thief in the home. And he sort of like mutters that last part and takes a step back, kind of melting back into the wood paneling of the dining room.
Gris
Did I
kind of
clock that?
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
he wasn't trying to
not let you hear it.
yeah, like no, he was definitely reminding you that he knows everything
Yeah.
about you.
I
because
don't
Leon's
turn back
told
to
him.
look, but hearing that, I do just go, "Oh, don't worry, he's not a very good one."
Gris has her brows furrowed and is like mean mugging him from a distance. She's like, "I thought you apologized last night, but we're fighting."
Lione
She's-
leans over to her mom and is like, "Mama,
Yes. Yes, dear?
What did Grandmama mean by Bertram being too familiar?
How old are you?
Mama, I'm 27.
We'll talk about it when you're older.
Oh my god. And Lione knows, just from that answer.
Chris is like elbowing Lione.
Lione knows from that answer. She's like, Mama, since when?
And she stops for a moment and she goes, well, Lione, he was very good with you as a child, and I'm a grown woman, I have needs, and he's always been kind.
I'm just wondering how long.
The portal thing is very I don't know, 5 years?
Oh, wow. And you just didn't want to tell me? We just didn't say that. We just didn't talk about it? I lived here.
Well, sure, but I mean, do you want to know what your mother gets up to in that sort of situation?
No, I don't.
Right,
Good
I'm
point,
trying to
Mama.
avoid becoming my mother and talking too much about this sort of thing, so I thought I was doing you a favor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe just like the knowledge of it existing is probably enough for me without the details.
Are you sure? Because I can tell you more if you...
No, I'm good, Mama.
All right, I don't... All right.
Now it makes sense why the house is so big.
Grace is like, wait. And she kind of thinks for a second, and she kind of leans over Lione and tries to, in the most like subtle way that Gris could possibly do something, like whispers, and she's like, so why doesn't he eat with us at the table?
Lione casts message. Gris, he's the butler.
Gris like visually tilts her head, and she's like, but they're together? Or
He's the
together? That means nothing to me, Lione. And she like whispers it in her head to Lione.
Lione casts message again and says, perhaps it's just part of the services he provides now? I hate that I said that.
Gris kind of like sits up in her seat. She said she doesn't say anything back, and she's just like, okay. Respect.
Ari just leans over to Galen and goes, so it's portals. I swear, they should put a cat bell around his neck or something.
I think it's more than that. But you're right. A cat bell would
More than
really help.
Lione, hearing that, kind of looks to them and says, well, Bertram taught me a lot of the magic that I know. He taught me message and mage hand.
Oh.
All of the useful ones.
Well, that's pretty neat. Do you know
He's
where
my
he learned
teacher.
it?
I never asked.
Of course
Never?
he didn't.
No.
Not once.
No.
Not curious at
You
all.
want to ask
When I
now?
was a child.
All right. So you all sort of... Sorry, this entire interaction has really thrown your dungeon master for a loop here. You all sort of finish off breakfast. Bertram does eventually deliver tea to the rest of the party. And he does appear next to Ari and offers a small miniature flask of whiskey for them to pour into their tea. And sort of bows to you for a moment and goes, this is what the Lady LaBelle likes. And sort of like gesture to Leonida, and she gives you a thumbs up as she continues to shove pastries into her mouth.
I give her a thumbs up back and just like a nod to and thank you to Bertram. And as I'm pouring it in, I am marveling at the tiny flask. It is the best thing I have seen all morning. And it has all my focus. Just thought you should know.
Leonida watches you sort of like examine it and goes, oh, you know, you can keep that. We've got about a dozen of them. They're good for, well, if you ever have need for just a small modicum of liquor, I guess.
How about like an emergency stash?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
this is a good friend of yours, Lione. This is good. I'm proud of you.
I'll talk it back.
Thank you, Grandmama.
So, you all sort of finished eating. Ari, you now have this tiny miniature flask. Feel free to add that to your inventory if you want to.
They're so excited.
And
Tiny flask.
as you finish up your food, Lione, your mother looks at you and goes, "Oh, well, I suppose you should prepare for the ball. We won't keep you, dear. Just before you go, be sure to show us how you look. You always look so lovely, and it's always a wonderful reminder of what a beautiful woman you've grown into."
Of course, Mama. Thank you.
Well, also, I want to make sure that your boobs look good.
Fair point. Right. Leon kind of looks at everyone and says, are we ready to get ready?
Ready
a while.
It takes a while. You just put the pants on. Oh, I don't have pants. I don't even have to put pants on this time.
No, we need to do hair. Especially for... And she points at Galen. We need to fix that rat's nest situation.
I could braid it.
That great idea. Great idea, Gris.
Chris is like, I'm excited.
Galen's sort of like annoyed to himself because he's like, but I watched it last night. How's what? Whatever. And then he gets up out of his chair.
Gris looks kind of forlornly at the pastries and like reaches out to take maybe one more and thinks better of it, and then finally sits up from her chair and goes to follow Lione.
Lione notices that and says, Gris, if you're hungry later, just let me know. We can bring whatever you want. Like, really, whatever you want.
Gris kind of shakes her head and she's like, it's party, right? Surely there'll be lots of food there.
Yes, there will be.
Bertram sort of watches this interaction and takes a small plate off of a serving cart nearby and puts a few scones on it and hands it to you, Gris, as you exit the room.
Gris is like conflicted. She's like, I don't like Bertram, but I like Bertram. And so she gives him like kind of a small smile and like tucks the plate kind of into her chest and walks out.
All right, so you all head upstairs. Lione leads you past the guest rooms to the room that you presume is the room that she grew up in. There's a large vanity with an incredibly wide mirror in front of it that she sort of stations you all at. It is a wide enough vanity that two of you can sit next to each other in front of it quite easily.
Galen, Ari, you two first.
Or what?
Please sit. Hair, please sit. Please, Ari. Please.
Galen just looks at Ari and is like, we're not going to get out of this.
We need hair. We need to, please.
I have hair on my head. Is that not enough?
We just need to zhuzh it.
Galen sort of like puts his hand like on Ari's back and sort of just guides them over to the vanity and is like,
Ari lets them, but knowing full well that if they stopped, Galen probably could not move them. and like trying to decide like how funny it would be to just have him stumble by them stopping, but decides it's fine.
Oh my god.
Did you both sit down?
Yeah. Well, Galen did. I don't know if Ari did.
Yeah. No, I did, but I do still go over and I'm like, I really don't. I'm starting to realize more and more that it really isn't me, Lione, who's being combative. I literally just asked a question.
We just need to judge everybody's hair.
That's not a verb!
Leon is like, it's just, we need to style everybody's hair because we're going to a ball.
You could have just said that.
That's what zhuzh means.
Well, you could have just said that.
An Elven word? Like,
No, it's not, Galen.
oh.
In Elven, it's zhuzh.
That's also incorrect.
So Lione looks to Gris. And actually, Lione looks around the room, and is there... I assume she's kind of got, like, an ottoman or a stool somewhere that she could, like, have Gris step onto so that Gris could be able to do Galen's hair.
Yes, you have a wide assortment of ottomans, stools, and chairs. Some of them are a little bit more firm. Some are very soft and covered in silk. You do have one that you used to use as a child to sort of reach high places before you had entirely mastered Mage Hand. Bertram actually confiscated it for a while because you were using it as an excuse not to practice the spell, but it's since been returned after you became overly proficient in the use of the spell. It's sort of more worn down, and your friend does tend to walk around with bare feet, so it probably wouldn't be too much of a problem to have her stand barefooted on it.
Yeah. So Lione, knowing that that's her like handy dandy trusty stand to reach high places, ottoman, casts Mage Hand and goes and grabs it with Mage Hand, not moving, but just like sending the Mage Hand over to grab the ottoman and puts it directly behind where Galen is sitting and looks at Gris and says, "For you."
Gris just stares and she just shakes her head and she's like, "You've done Mage Hand several times, but it's still disturbing." she steps up.
Useful.
She
I
steps
would
up on the
have said
stool.
superfluous, but yeah, that too.
Well, superfluous is a great word. And she's like, "It's also useful, but it's just like it was 10 feet away, 5 feet away."
But I didn't have to walk there.
But she's Gris kind of just.
I didn't have to carry anything. That's the main point.
You do realize you're meant to be building strength to wield that pointy thing you're carrying around all
Yeah,
day?
isn't your sword heavy?
And you don't have speed, so that's really all you got.
Lione is looking between the two of them, and she's like, and doesn't say anything. And then it's like, okay, Galen's hair.
Gris kind of like starts to like just kind of play with his hair and like pull the links, and she's like, "I've never touched your hair before." And she's just like so excited to braid, and she's like, a simple plait down the back, or maybe we do some kind of French braid, or a fishtail, maybe.
That's. How about just a single braid on the side?
And Gris is like, "Well, I was just kind of singing out loud. I'm not really asking you."
Oh,
Lione?
I was thinking traditional, but okay.
Wait, what, you wanted it down the side, you said? Just a side braid?
Yeah, just like one down the side, and Galen sort of just like mimics
What do you do with the rest
Gris's.
of your hair then?
Well, I
Leave
think
it.
he wants like it just come around. Oh, you want like a small braid?
It's a custom where I'm from to have one of those.
As long as the rest of your hair is tamed.
Gris is,
Yeah.
Gris is
I
like,
don't
okay,
think you're being very fair, Leone.
That's if it's tradition, absolutely we should do that.
we can do that. Gris is like, so just on a certain side or just a little bit?
It
And she-
doesn't matter which side, but as long as it's there, it's there.
Just the front part, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And Gris kind of gets to just kind of brushes through his hair with her fingers. And then she's like, "Oh, maybe Lione, do you have a hairbrush?"
Lione casts Mage Hand and grabs a hairbrush. One of the, I assume, many hairbrushes from the vanity.
And Leon, the vanity is 3 feet in front of you.
Oh, then Lione just grabs it.
I was going to say, you can do it, but I may punish you for this later.
No. Lione grabs two of the hair. I assume Lione would have multiple hairbrushes on the vanity.
You
she's
have
Lione.
about 6. Some are
Yeah.
silver-backed. Some have golden backs. One of them is just covered in jewels, and you only ever use it for very special occasions. You used it for the first ball you attended with Marius, and the first ball you ever attended as a young woman. And that's been it so far. You're
Brush
very protective
lore.
of it.
Love it.
So Lione grabs one of the silver ones and grabs one of the gold ones and hands the silver one to Gris, and then looks to Ari, and she's holding the gold one, and says, "Okay. Your hair is short. What are you how are you feeling?
I can
about-
just, if you give me the brush, I can do. This isn't the first. You realize I've
Leone
lived a
hands the
long
brush.
time, and I take the brush. I'm like, you realize this is. I've never been to a ball. That doesn't mean I've never been anywhere.
Well, no, I know that. This is just
You
my
don't seem to.
specialty.
You don't seem to.
Leone's like flipping her hands like, this is just my specialty.
Okay, fair. Is there something you'd like me to do, or you're good just ceding control for once, Lione?
I think you would just look really good with it kind of like swooped back. Swooped.
I can do that.
Wonderful.
Do you have any oils or something to help other than dry hair?
What would I have on the vanity in front of me?
Lione, you have an assortment of oils and also enchanted almost sort of gels that you use. You go to a woman in town who purveys all sorts of magically imbued hair products. It's one of your many splurges. You don't have a few, you have many. They are all scented in just the most fantastic herbs and flowers. And there is a lilac one that you think would very much suit Ariadne.
Lione kind of points and says, "That is an enchanted lilac gel. I think you'd really like that one." And it's
enchanted to do what?
Work really well. Your
Okay,
hair, wherever you
okay,
put it, it's not gonna
okay.
budge.
Chris kind of looks up from what she's doing over on Galen. She has kind of brushed the top part of his hair back a little bit and has kind of just tied it loosely kind of at the back of his head just to give him kind of that nice, clean kind of front appearance. And she started to kind of pull some tendrils out so that they fall more normally towards his face. So he's kind of got kind of my hairdo for a second, but not with the bun. And she's slowly starting to work on the braid on the left side of his face, and is just kind of taking her time. And she looks up and she's like, "I could probably use some of that on Galen." And she's like, "What about hair beads, hair jewels? Would you like maybe a bead, a jewel, something?" And Grace kind of tugs at her own. She's got kind of little gold gems in her hair and just kind of tilts her head forward to like look at Galen in the face. Like she's kind of craned her head around it.
Again, it's sort of just like, I don't know. I just like not really wanting to make a decision, so he's just kind of like, I don't know.
Chris nods and she's like, maybe just a simple tie, just something simple, nothing crazy. And she just kind of mutters to herself as she continues braiding and kind of doting over Galen.
Hey, Galen.
Yeah.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Insight, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Come on. 15 plus 5, 20.
Damn.
All right, Galen. So as Gris is asking you these questions and you're feeling very overwhelmed by sort of like this need to make a decision, you already made one decision about your hair. Why must you make more? You are suddenly reminded of something that you keep in your bag. It was a gift from someone very dear who, she said it reminded you of her and her of you, and you really weren't sure if it was a joke or not. She's sort of like that. But she did tell you that she had imbued it with a spell for extra luck, especially for your pranks and thievery. You sort of gesture to your backpack and think of this object, and Gris, it's really up to you if you want to remove it or not.
Oh.
Actually, how about, I just remembered, why don't we put this in here? And Galen sort of like gestures to the slot on his bag where it
Chris
is.
kind of hops down from the stool and crouches over to the backpack and starts kind of rifling through the bag to see what it is.
So you rifle through the bag a little bit. There's some pictures of B. Some of them are even wearing clothes, which you think is very sweet. Some of them aren't, which you think is pretty normal. You sort of like awkwardly do the like mom thing when you find something you don't want and like hold it with two hands and like move it aside. But at the bottom of this pocket is a small seashell. It has a hole punched through the bottom, so it can be worn like as a necklace piece. And the inside is shining and almost glows.
And Chris kind of picks it up and turns it around kind of in her finger and in her hand a little bit and kind of looks to Galen and holds it out and says, "This?"
Yeah, that.
And Grace is like, I love it. It's perfect. And she kind of slowly walks back over to the stool and gets up and takes the end of the braid and places the shell kind of through it. And doesn't move it all the way up, but kind of like a third of the way up so that it's... Sorry, my dog sneezed. So that it's, not like at the end of the braid, but still has a nice position. And she kind of steps back and she's like, where'd you get that? It's really nice.
B gave it to me, actually. It's very special.
Gris chuckles and nods, and she's like, I wish B could see you today. I'm sure she would think you look very nice. And Gris kind of steps back and flattens down a little piece in the back and admires her handiwork, and then tilts her head and looks at Galen through the mirror, through the vanity, and says, well, what do you think?
Galen sort of does that thing you do at like a barber where like you like look at it and sort of just you're like, yeah, it looks really nice. Thank you, Gris.
Comfy?
Yeah.
And she just smiles and kind of pats him on the shoulder and then like turns to Lione like, approval please.
Lione looks at Galen and looks at Gris. Looks at Galen. It looks great, Galen. Great. Wonderful.
Oh, thank God.
Gris, great
Thank God.
job. Great job.
Gris just beams like, thank you.
You can switch spots with Galen now if you want. Ari?
Oh, I was just gonna say, this time I've been like looking on this vanity for maybe the simplest pins I can find and just gonna get to work.
Ari, the simplest pins you can find.
I was waiting because I knew you were gonna have a description for them.
They're the least ornate ones you can see. They are gold and have sort of small emeralds inlaid on them that glitter. However, they are the smallest gems of any of the pins that you've found so far.
Oh, fair enough. So I take those and I just think to myself, like I don't know if this is gonna match, so we're gonna hope that like Lione doesn't notice or that Raphael doesn't find out, because I'm thinking of all the jewelry that he gave me, the special one. But I take that and I start and I just look and I think about like what I'm gonna do, and I just think back to like the last time that I had something done, not that I did it, but that had something done with my hair that I sort of liked, and so I'm gonna take the time to do that. And what I'm gonna do is literally, it's very simple. So this whole time I'm gonna end up saying to Lione eventually, just like, I told you it wouldn't take this long. And it's just to like brush it back and swoop it back and use this oil that she's given me, and it's like, this is much fancier than anything I've ever used. So I was like, all right, I could get used to that. But I'm gonna swoop it back in like the tiniest like little pompadour and put a pin in it, and then I'm just gonna swoop it back and twist it back so that they end up sort of curled back, so that they're still just pinned. It's just hair, but at least it has that little swirl. And then use that gel to be like, hopefully, like these are coming out the second I have to fight or swing my head. So that's just what's gonna happen. But I just do that, and then I brush it out, or like floof it or something, and then I'm done like halfway through Galen and Gris talking about this, and I'm just sitting there like, I really didn't, you didn't need to plan
Lione
out
is
this
watching
much time.
in awe, like, it looks so good. Ari.
It's 3 pins, Lione.
It looks
really,
good.
and I'm looking and pointing at Leone's hair, and I'm just like, you don't need that much time.
I use much more pins when I do mine. You'll see.
I don't need to see. It's okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's a lot. You look great though.
Thanks.
You're free.
I guess I don't make it often. We'll see. I mean, it'll be a testament to this oil or whatever. Because if we have to do absolutely anything, this will fall. That's why I don't do anything with it.
It's very good. Yeah, the woman I buy it from, she's very good.
Gris kind of turns and takes a look at Ari's hair and is like, Ariadne, it's perfect. It's very you, but also very nice. I like it.
It's practical as much as a hairstyle can be practical. And looks at Lione again and points.
Lione is like, you haven't seen anything yet. This is my casual look.
Casual.
Just wait.
At that, Ari's just like snaps and is like done. I'm just like, this is the limit of my tolerance for this like getting ready shenanigans.
Yeah. Lione kind of clocks that, having spent like time with Ari now, realizing that like Ari is like does not want to be in front of this vanity anymore. And she looks at Ari and Galen and says, you two can go get dressed if you want, and then Gris and I will do our hair.
Are you sure you don't need help with all that? I hand him just Piper's on the hair.
I've gotten ready for a fair few balls in my life.
Without help? In this house?
Would I have had help?
Yes. You would have had help.
Do I have a handmaiden?
You do have a handmaiden.
What is her name?
Jaden.
Jaden. Okay.
Jaden the handmaiden.
Jaden the handmaiden.
Why can't you guys just be in awe of the shit I make up on the spot?
No, it's kind of perfect. I love that it rhymes.
That's
no.
right.
We are not making fun
are
of you.
in awe.
I just
love it.
I love watching the process, you know.
It is always an appreciation.
Lione says, "Oh, I do have help," and she kind of like calls out her door, and she's like, "Jaden,
I'm coming, ma'am." And like, there's a door quite a ways down the hall that swings open. Lione, you recognize this as the handmaiden's chambers. It's always been relatively close to you. Jaden is someone who your mother selected due to her sort of proximity and age to you. Her idea was not only would she be a handmaiden and assist you in whatever you need, but she'd also be a confidant and even a friend. She is an elf, a choice your mother made on purpose because she felt that you were very lonely and sort of ostracized for your own background. And so she thought that perhaps having another girl your age who could be your friend and empathize with some of your experiences, obviously not the rich stuff, would be good for you. She appears and she goes, "Lady LaBelle, I've missed you."
I feel like Lione would go to hug her.
Yes, she just like wraps her arms around you.
Oh, Jaden, it's so lovely to see you. These are my friends, the ones I told you about that I went on the adventure with. This is Gris, that one's Galen, and that one's Ari.
So she curtsies to you, Gris, and then she turns to Galen and Ari, and Lione grabs your hand for a moment and leans over and whispers, "Oh, you didn't tell me they were so handsome."
Does Galen hear that?
Roll perception.
Okay.
And she said this about both you and Ari.
Yeah.
Gris
18.
is kind of stuffing her mouth with the pastries that were given to her by Bertram and just kind of like
21.
Okay, you both hear that.
Cool.
The
I'm
Galen
gonna
sort
hear
of-
it. Yeah, go ahead.
Galen sort of just like waves his hand at Jaden. It's like, there's no need for any of that.
And Ari has heard it, but also thinks it's regarding Galen.
Oh.
So they're just gonna be like very confused at their taste.
Do they not know that they're good looking?
Lione kind of puts her hand. They're not very good at it. They're not very good at knowing that, no. They should, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, it is a
I'm
pleasure
working
to
on it.
meet all of you. My name is Jaden. I'm here to help Lady LaBelle. You are getting ready for the ball, right?
Yes.
With Sir Marius?
Yes, correct.
Gris like beams at this and she's like, "So you've met him?"
Oh, I know all about him.
He's quite the looker.
He is. Lione always gets just the handsomest man interested in her.
Oh, tell me about some of the other men. Gris kind of leans in, like, let's chat.
Can we do
Jaden-
it while we get ready?
Yeah, Jaden looks at Lione and is like,
Gris kind of just shrugs it off, like, fine, Leone. And she begins to kind of untangle her long braid of hair and uses the same brush that she had used on Galen and starts to kind of comb through it.
Lione, meanwhile, Jaden sort of has stepped over to you where you have, I'm presuming, kind of sat down at the vanity and looks at you in the mirror and goes, "So what are we thinking today?"
I'm thinking some sort of updo.
Beautiful.
Grandmama gave me the pearls. I know.
But you're not married. I thought that she was waiting.
I know. I'm very excited. So I want to be able to show the pearls off. So the hair needs to be up, ears out.
I love that.
For the earrings. I know. It's going to be wonderful. And use the jewel brush.
Dare I ask why?
Well, it's a ball.
Oh yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And she like sort of picks up the brush with the jewels and looks at Gris, and as she begins to sort of gently comb out Leone's hair and goes, "Has she told you about the brush?"
The brush, you say? And Gris is kind of working on what looks like a small braid of mini braids to come, and kind of like leans back a little and says, "Do tell."
I think Lady Lione tells it best, but she's a romantic.
Lione, a romantic?
At this point, I'm guessing Ari's just standing by Galen very awkwardly, just like, what is happening? What is happening?
Lione kind of goes, it's just a very special brush. I've only used it twice. Once for my very first outing as a lady in formal society, and then once when I returned from our last adventure. The first ball I attended with Sir Marius. That my mother held here.
Very fragile brush? I don't.
Gris is like, no, Ari, this is a special brush. And she's like, a Marius brush.
Did he make it?
No. It's just
Was
a
it
special
his?
brush. No, I used it for my first outing in society. It's just a brush for special occasions. And I think a birthday is a very special occasion. Also, the first ball that I'm taking my friends to is a special occasion. So
We went to a soiree.
that's not
That's
a ball.
kind of a ball.
Oh, this is very different, Gris.
Oh. Well, Gris is like, She's like, seems like the kind of brush that you use when you want to impress.
Of course.
But how would they know?
They tell it to perform the function.
Gris is like, it's a process, right? It's a ritual. It's
Is it enchanted like the oil? I don't understand.
No. It's like when you're, let's see. Ariadne, do you have any foot wraps that you wear when you're trying to run further or jump higher or stick them with the pointy thing harder?
No, if you were reliant on that, you wouldn't be a very good monk now, would you?
Chris kind of lets out like a very loud sigh and kind of like crumples into herself, and she's like, well, never mind then. She just is like, I don't know.
Ari's just gonna accept that they're not gonna get it, and it turns to Galen and goes like, I don't think they could tell if you used any other brush, but it's fine, I guess.
Just let them do their thing.
They're gonna do their. I know. It's okay.
It's like Galen's seashell. It's a little something special.
So as you've been talking, Lione, Jaden has started to pin up your hair. She's letting a couple tendrils hang loose, and she steps back. And there are certainly more pins in your hair than Ariadne used. There also is some of that enchanted oil. She's opted for a rose-scented one for you. And she sort of steps back and goes, Lady Belle, I'm sure that you would prefer to do the... And she like does kind of like a curling symbol with her hand and hands you a long metal rod, presumably for you to heat up and use to curl the tendrils that are hanging loose.
Yeah, so Lione kind of takes it and casts prestidigitation and kind of starts to curl the tendrils as the metal has been after the metal has been heated. And like she's not really chatting too much because this is really like a ritual that she's not used to having her friends around for. So she kind of like zones out and like this is her time to like get prepared and get ready for this event that she has gotten ready for so many times before. So she's not really engaging with anyone. She's just doing her thing.
Ari, having seen the pins, just goes to Galen very quietly and whispers, any more and she'll qualify as a pin cushion.
Galen sort of just snickers to himself. He's like, that's a good one.
Gris is kind of simultaneously doing the finishing touches to her hair. She's put a couple of braids in it throughout, a little bit different than her normal long braid, and has started to kind of tuck it into a really large, still slightly messy, but more tamed than usual, bun kind of at the nape of her neck, and has kind of loosely started to pull some tendrils down to kind of frame her face a little bit. And has started putting in her usual beads kind of back in and random kind of places that she thinks looks nice, and is just trying to fix some flyaways and things like that.
So you all sort of finish getting ready. You all return to your own rooms to get dressed and meet up in the hallway at the top of the long staircase that leads to the house's entrance.
Lione looks around and says, well, you all look ready.
Chris does a spinning motion with the cape
very,
again.
Very wonderful.
I told you it wouldn't take that long.
Yeah.
She smiles at Lione and says, and you look magnificent, Lione. I know you normally wear red, but gold looks beautiful.
Thank you. And Lione goes, Bertram.
Bertram seems to step out from the wall itself. Very good, ma'am.
My mama wanted to see us before we left.
I will go retrieve her. And your grandmother told me that if I did not bring her out as well, she would have my testicles in a jar on her desk.
It's to be expected, Bertram.
He steps sort of back through the wall and disappears.
Chris whispers, portals.
He does magic. He does magic.
What a waste of note-making secret hallways.
I know, right?
What's the point of the big castle otherwise?
We can meet them at the door, and Lione kind of like motions for them to start heading down the stairs. So that the conversation isn't too long or too much about my breasts.
Gris kind of looks to Ariadne and says, should we all walk down at once? It is a big staircase.
Absolutely.
It's certainly wide enough.
Yes.
And
for
Gris
dramatic effect.
Gris goes and tries to like grab Ariadne's head, and she's like, we should link arms or something.
Ari obliges and just crouches down, just like resigned and ready to descend the staircase, crouching if they must.
Leone's got one hand on her dress and one hand on the railing and is like, I'm sorry, Gris, I'm not trying to trip.
And Gris kind of nods and looks to Ariadne and says, you can just hold my hand, I guess. I just wanted to feel fancy.
Ari gives like a little sigh of relief, just like, okay, and stands back up and like holds out a hand.
Gris kind of places her hand in theirs and tries to kind of mimic what Lione is doing with the dress, but she does it with her cape for some reason. and begins to descend the stairs alongside Ariadne.
As they're going down, Ari's just gonna lean over to Gris and go, I don't know how anyone feels anything under their feet in these, and is like wiggling their toes in the shoes.
Gris kind of looks over at Ariadne's shoes and goes, they do look really good though. But yeah.
Galen, are you descending the staircase with your friends?
Yeah. And like while I'm doing it, I'm sort of just like making like fancy little hand gestures, and like to himself, he's just like talking in a Jersey accent, sort of just like mimicking the labels to himself. It's like, oh, this is such a fancy staircase.
Leone is watching him.
And it sounded like more Australian, but I'm gonna roll with it.
Whatever.
It went through the gamut, I think.
Leone is watching him,
at one point.
and she's like, you don't have to do that.
Why do you do it when you do Mage Hand?
Do I?
Yes. In fact, you and Mage Hand do it.
Leone, this is like a realization. Leone's like at the bottom of the stairs now, and like this is like a realization she's never come to. She's like, I do?
You
we saw it on the ship for the first time.
You do a lot of things with your hands, Leone.
Do it right now. Watch.
Do what?
Cast Mage Hand.
Cast Mage Hand and
Leon
watch.
cast Mage Hand.
No.
Now watch. Just start talking to us while.
Well, like,
but
what would I
watch.
be saying?
Just keep
What would I-
talking
what
like
would I
you
have to
normally
say
do.
to you, Galen?
See, you're
There's
doing it
nothing-
right
we're
now.
just waiting for my mother.
Now
And Leon is like,
just look at the Mage Hand while
Just
you talk
yes,
to
the
me.
mage
Yeah,
hand knows what my
just
hands
point.
do, but this
Yes,
is just
that's
what
the
I do.
point.
Okay. And Leon dissipates Mage Hand and is like, well, that's something I was never conscious of before. Thank you for making me aware of it.
So, as you stand in the foyer, your voice is kind of getting a little bit louder. Your mother and grandmother appear, along with Bertram, and your mother goes, "Oh, Lione, you look lovely, lovely.
Thank you, Mama.
Oh, Lione, your breasts do look fantastic.
Thank you, Grandmama.
Also, you're beautiful. You're always
Thank
beautiful,
you.
though. I don't feel like I
Thank
have to
you.
tell you that.
No. But I love to hear it.
Ariadne, you look so good. You look so good. If I was 60 years older and you were, I don't know, 400 years... I'm 60 years younger and you were 400 years older. Let me tell you.
Ari's just like trying to not do the math and then abandoning the math.
It's good.
And just like nodding along, like, oh, I thank you.
And Gress! Oh my god. You know what? If I had somebody who knew how to dress me like that, make me look half as good as you do, I'm telling you, I would force them to live in our home. Leon, does the elf that you have designed these, does he have some place to live?
He does. And it's in Freylin with his husband.
But they're both very handsome, so maybe they could both come here.
I do like handsome men, and that brings me to you. You look very good, cleaned up.
Thank you.
I don't believe I ever asked you. Are you involved with anybody? Do you like an older woman?
Well, I appreciate that, but yes, I am.
Mother, I think that's wildly inappropriate. You do look very handsome, dear, but she's joking. She's joking.
Is she though? It's fine if she isn't.
No, she's joking. And she like takes a step forward and takes your hands, Lione, and looks you in the eyes and she says, I know I get on your case a lot, but enjoy yourself tonight.
Thank you.
And I love you.
Thank you, Mama. I love you.
She gives
It's
you
just-
like a gentle, she stands on her tiptoes and gives you a gentle kiss on the forehead.
Leon kind of smiles as she does that, and then opens the door to head out. And before we head out, I do want to say, I feel like Lione would have taken, their like regular clothing and their like weapons in her bag of holding, if that's possible.
Yes, that is possible.
Yeah. I feel like she would have like taken them with her because the last time, she doesn't think anything's going to happen, but the last time one of these things happened,
Things happened.
yeah. So I feel like she would just kind of like shove everything in her bag of holding, just to kind of have.
Ari probably would have reluctantly handed over their sword, but even though they did, can I say that like under all the layers that Raphael has so delightfully made for me, I am still hiding just my sword, my frog.
Yes, he actually left room for this for you. As if he knew. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, this is almost seems planned, but I don't know that.
And then I feel like we head out to the ball.
As you're leaving, Lione, your grandmother does stop you and says, Lione, I love you too. But I don't regret any pressure I've put on you.
Okay.
I believe that it's going to make you a better person.
I love you too, Grandma.
Bertrand holds open the door and he looks at you for a moment and that oddly paternal look is sort of back on his face and he goes, It was a pleasure to see you again, ma'am. You have become an exceptional young woman and I am very proud. So as you go to leave, Bertram is holding open the door for the party. You all pass by, following after Galen, who seems very ready to leave the house. presumably because he kept being accused of wanting to steal things. The rest of the party follows in step, saying a few words to their hosts, a few words of thank you. Gris smiles at Lady LaBelle's mother, who grins back, and Leonida LaBelle gives Ari a fond squeeze on the shoulder as they walk past. Lione, as you exit the door, having said your goodbyes to your grandmother and mother, Bertram stops you and pulls you aside for a moment. Miss LaBelle, if I may be so bold.
Yes, Bertram?
You have grown into a talented sorceress and a beautiful young woman, and I am very proud of you, if I have any right to be.
You do, Bertram. Thank you.
Enjoy yourself, lady.
I will. And then I feel like Lione heads off to follow her friends.
All right, so the rest of you are sort of gathered in the street in front of the LaBelle Manor. It's mid to late afternoon. The sunset is just approaching, and you all sort of recall that the ball is supposed to begin at sunset. Lione, you approach your friends. They're gathered together in their finery, looking quite splendid, and are sort of confronted with where to go next, what to do. Do you arrive at the ball a little early? Maybe you wait until you're fashionably late? It's up to you.
Well, how long would it take for us to get there?
You live probably a 15-minute walk from Marius's father's home.
Okay. So Lione kind of looks around and says, well, I am personally a fan of arriving just a few minutes late. More eyes, the better. How do you all feel? It takes about 15 minutes to get to Marius's house.
Lovely. When does it start?
Well, at sunset.
That's a very
Lione kind of like waves.
Then we should be there at sunset.
Gris kind of like looks up at the sky for a second, and she's just like, interesting. So soonish.
Yes. Would you say within 15 minutes it would start, Jenny?
It will begin probably in, well, let's have everyone roll a perception check to see,
Okay.
Actually, this is going to be an insight check.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yay, we never did those.
I'm good at insight.
18.
17.
7.
20.
All right. We're going to start with Ariadne. You got a 17, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ariadne, you hold up a few fingers to the sun. You're trying to line yourself up, get a good idea of where the sun is in relation to the horizon. As you do so, Galen sort of mirrors you and seems to be coming to a conclusion faster than you, which you find very upsetting and actually use as an excuse to kind of kick him in the leg slightly. As you two are involved in the resulting sort of quasi-scuffle, Lione looks to the sun, and having been to several events that start at sunset, is able to approximate perfectly that the sun will be set in 12 minutes.
Lione kind of looks at Ari and Galen and is like, are you both good? It'll be 12 minutes. The sun will be set in 12 minutes. So we should probably just head over.
Then we should have left earlier. Okay, let's
we don't
go.
No, Ari, it's good. It's fun to be late, trust me.
We were given a time, correct?
What a guideline. It's more like
if you're late, though?
Nothing. You just have more eyes on you when you enter.
Ugh.
And you want that?
Chris's eyes go wide, and she's like, I thought we were trying to, be cool and, not...
Lione places her hand on Gris's...
Don't you want Marius to know that we respect his time?
Lione places her hand on Gris's shoulder and goes, there is rarely a circumstance where I don't stand out, Gris. For a myriad of reasons.
Gris nods, and she's like, ooh, do you want to stand out even more? I could. I mean, these clothes are very nice, but I could wild shape into,
No, actually...
a bear?
Gris,
or
how about...
a wyvern?
Can we have a moment?
Or...
Can you connect with me for a second? And Lione is like, please don't wild shape.
At all? What if nobody's watching? and I want to turn into a mouse.
I like that idea.
No, let's just avoid it, shall we? In dire circumstances, sure, but this is a ball. It's fine.
How are balls not dire circumstances? By all accounts, our experiences of your events, your type of events.
What if you're tied up again? And the only way...
Okay, this is at Marius's house. I know Marius very well.
Okay,
This is not going to happen at Marius's house.
No wild shaping. No wild shaping.
Okay. I've also been to plenty of balls where I leave unscathed, friends. And Lione is like looking around like, please. I hate that their only circumstance with any sort of like nobility gathering ended up in me almost dying. So she's like, please just trust me. And then Lione kind of starts to head in the direction of Marius's house.
Does Galen have a weapon on him?
Galen,
isn't it in my bag of holding?
Did we all leave them?
Everyone but Ariadne, their weapon is in the bag of holding. Ariadne does have a spot sewn into their outfit by Raphael. However, Galen, when you put on your clothes, you notice that Raphael had gone sort of out of his way to prevent you from having anything like extra belt loops or anything you could put a weapon into.
Okay. Never mind. I was gonna want to strap a dagger to my ankle, but
you have nothing to do this with. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Grissa follows Lione as she kind of heads towards Marius, is a little downtrodden at not being able to wild shape.
Do the rest of you follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll lean down to Gris and just go like, do you want to climb? I still don't understand why we shouldn't be late.
I'm with you, but Lione seems to know things, and I will follow Lione. This is her special occasion.
Fair. They just like shrug, and I'm like, okay.
Gris just kind of like starts playing with that like end of her cape. She's kind of like mindlessly like tugging at it and pulling at it and just like futzing as she walks.
So you all follow Lione, who strides with purpose, though in a leisurely manner, down this very evenly cobbled street. You are once again struck by the size and grandeur of the houses that you pass. Each one seems more intricate, more beautiful than the last, though all seem about comparable to the LaBelle Manor in terms of true scale and fanciness. I couldn't find a better word. I'm so sorry. You arrive at what appears to be the correct mansion, just as the sun is beginning to set. Lione seems a little perturbed that you've arrived on time. Ariadne, you try to feign sort of surprise that you've gotten there early, or earlier than your friend expected, although you did sort of attempt to set a pace by picking up Gris and moving ahead to match pace with Lione, who instinctively, sort of with her competitive nature, walked in step with you.
Good.
The manor is giant.
Oh.
Would you like a visual description? You don't need one.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I was going to say, I really want a visual description of Marius's house.
Okay, all right. So it is a large manor. The front of it, the facade is largely made of marble with giant statues. Carved over the archway is an insignia that you recognize as the sigil of the House of Steel. Although Marius doesn't live here full-time, it is his father's home. Lione, you're relatively familiar with it. You've never been inside, nor have you met his father, but you have come calling on him every once in a while when you've heard he's in town and he hasn't bothered to make an appointment with you yet. There's all kinds of shrubbery that surrounds it, rose bushes, and large patches of beautiful purple flowers. These actually shouldn't be thriving this time of year, but it looks as if they have paid someone to enchant them so that they bloom year-round. The knocker on the door is much more simple than the intricate dragon one on your home, but it does appear to be made of solid gold. You know, though, that you do not have to knock, as this is a ball and people are expected. In fact, when you pause, you can hear through the open windows the sounds of chatter and clinking glassware and music being played by some kind of quartet.
So Lione kind of takes everything in, and then turns around and faces everyone and says, "Okay. Please just and Leone's like having trouble like figuring out a nice way to say this. She's like, just
We'll be on our best misbehavior.
that doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, Galen.
But we'll be good. We won't tell secrets.
Just
we won't wild shape.
Also,
won't steal. She like side eyes Galen.
Confirming of that one, please, Galen. Okay.
Galen just rolls his eyes and throws a thumbs up.
Ari just goes like, I mean, I make no such promises because I've forgotten what we were talking about.
Lione chuckles and says, just remember that they may seem nice, but they might be trying to get something from you. Or they may seem mean and just want to get something from you. So just be aware that
Chris just kind of squints at Lione, like not quite ready for I think what's to come, and usually a pretty trusting person, so she's just kind of in misbelief but listening.
Yeah. Lione nods and says, "All right, are we all ready?"
I guess. I don't know what else we can do. We're here.
Ari's just stuck kind of in a thought process of, but Leone's the only one who's got money worth taking, and our thief is on our side. So what do people want from us? They don't say anything out loud, so there's nothing to react to, but I just want you to know that there's no...
Lione is watching Ari's blank stare like, are you ready?
I mean, yeah, but you haven't knocked. I don't know what's with you and knocking in the city.
We don't have to knock. Galen, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, Galen just flings open the door, hearing it.
Oh,
you
my
don't have
God.
to knock.
Lione kind of picks her skirt up and walks through the door.
All right, so everybody's on board with Galen. I'm just checking. You're sure you want Galen to just throw open the door?
I don't. I want Lione to
we
be
don't. Do we have
through.
a choice? He literally just did it.
I feel like Galen swings like which way does the door open?
Inward?
It opens... Hang on. How do front doors
Most
opens
front doors
outwards.
go inward.
So you pull it.
Yeah.
So Galen pulls it, and before he can step through, Lione steps through first.
Okay, that's a good move. Okay, so... You stand framed in the doorway. You've seen sort of this perspective of the house before when Marius opens the door and walks out to greet you. However, you've never seen it like this. All of the lights are twinkling. There's a massive chandelier that hangs over the entryway in which candles burn brightly and send kind of little sparkles of light everywhere. The entryway itself is not too crowded. A few servants greet you with bows and curtsies. And direct you around the grand staircase, down a hallway, to the ballroom. Do you follow their instructions? Do you want to pause in the entryway? Or are you just going to lead your friends in?
I think Gris wants to pause, and she's kind of looking down at the carpet in the entryway, and she's curious if she needs to wipe her feet. And so she
you're
turns...
fine, Gris.
Oh, okay, Liam. Okay. And she just stands straight and like looks up at Ariadne and over at Galen and just like, I'm uncomfortable suddenly.
And Lione kind of starts to walk forward and like looks back to make sure that they're coming.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I go to follow Lione, just like giving her back a look of like, you expect us to know where to go? Like...
Gris kind of follows suit, and she like lets go of the end of her cape, realizing that she needs to be royal and fancy, and so she kind of like raises her posture as much as she can, and kind of like mimics, I think, whatever Lione is doing in terms of walking and entering the room.
Leone's got perfect posture, shoulders back, chin up.
Same.
And she's striding.
So you stride down the hallway and pause in the entryway to the ballroom. You can start to see into it, and it's already quite full of nobility, most of which you recognize from similar soirees over the years. However, as you pause in the entryway, it occurs to you that this will be the first ball you are attending unescorted, as Ariadne stumbles up behind you.
Mm-hmm. I in following, just because they also describe their posture, I'm just like, I have not changed. Like, I'm graceful in the way that a monk is graceful just because of how I move, but like still just very just like not at all at that level. Just like you can put it put them in a dress, but it's not going to change anything.
Lione kind of says, okay, like for this world, right? Like for A-list nobility, escorting just requires you to enter the room arm in arm with someone, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Correct. Okay, so Lione goes, okay, Ari, are you okay if I take your arm when we walk in?
Sure, but are you feeling all right?
Yes, it's called escorting. Galen, can you take Griss's arm or hand?
Yeah.
Great.
Gris lifts her hand, and here's a dog in the distance.
So Lione kind of looks at Ari and says, all you need to do is just kind of put your elbows out like this.
I copy Lione, but I'm like, that doesn't look very comfortable, so I just like put one down and just hold one out.
That's fine. One is fine. And Lione kind of like laces her arm around Ari's and like places her hand on Ari's forearm, like just gently so that they can walk in together. And then she kind of looks back to make sure that Galen and Gris are doing the same.
Gris kind of tries
kind of just like holding hands.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what they're gonna do.
They're just holding hands.
Ari leans over to Lione and go, you know, if your skirts were shorter, you wouldn't need help.
Lione looks at Ari and says, it's not about help, Ari. I'm gonna let go of you as soon as we walk in. And she chuckles and kind of steps forward, leading Ari in with her.
All right, so you step into the ballroom. It is beautiful. Lione, you've been to a lot of balls, thrown by varying degrees of nobility, but this ballroom almost takes your breath away if you weren't so accustomed to finery. The walls are paneled in wood and have large arched windows set equidistant from each other all the way around so that the sunshine from the sunset glows in and kind of makes everything golden tinged. There's long banquet tables along the walls laden in all kinds of food and drink. Ariadne, you are delighted to see that at one end they have erected a bar at which a bartender stands. Nobody appears to be paying for drinks, which makes you even happier. The room is already crowded with nobles. They are all dressed similarly to you all. You find that Raphael has adequately prepared you, at least for the presentation portion. Many in long, flowing dresses or well-fitted suits. And as you enter, a few turn to look at you. Many offer nods to Lione, though sort of stop for a moment and take in her company with slightly concerned and confused expressions.
Lione kind of nods back and like to everyone, and turns to her party and says, okay, well, and she kind of lets go of Ari and is like, I feel like, I mean, we can all stay together, but you can also go where you'd like. Can Lione see Marius?
One track mind so there, bad. Lione.
It's his birthday!
Roll a, this one's gonna be a perception check.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I think Gris is probably like head tilted way back, like taking in the ceiling, taking in the grandeur of the place, and just like mouth slightly agape. I imagine this residence is much nicer than the first soiree they attended. And she's just like, this isn't a forest. This isn't a cottage. This is quite overwhelming.
Does Gris say that out loud?
I think she probably like lets out a small gasp and just kind of like says "wow" under her breath. I don't know that she would say like "holy crap," but I think she would make some sort of small noise to show that she's impressed.
15, but before we figure that out, I want Lione to hear the gasp and be like, "Isn't it beautiful? I've actually never been in here."
Gris kind of turns to Lione and says, "You haven't? Never?"
No. Marius and I always go for walks, or not in this house.
Gris kind of turns and like slowly looks at the opposite direction, and she's just like, "I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Other than your home, Lione, that's probably the closest. And I guess the library is pretty big and expansive, but this is really lovely."
We all have ballrooms, but this one is particularly pretty.
She just kind of nods. Maybe, she might be smiling at this point. I think she's just excited to experience something so different and unique than her own world.
All right, so Lione, you look up from your conversation with Gris and cast your eyes around the room. It's crowded. It's hard to make out people in the crowd. You think you catch a glimpse of Marius engaged in conversation with a man who looks 5 or 6 years younger than him, but very alike. They're standing sort of off in a corner, and seem to be involved in a relatively heated discussion.
Oh. Lione kind of clocks that and is like, internally, she's like, "What's that about?" But externally, she says, "Let's go and check out the food."
Gris once again has like sparkles in her eyes and is so excited, and also I think kind of grateful that they're sticking together, because I think the last time they kind of immediately split up. Mm-hmm. So she's like right next to Lione, ready to go get something to eat, and she kind of like walks a little bit faster than she normally walks.
So Ari follows. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go for it, Ari.
I was just saying, like, Ari goes to follow them, just like fine with it, like thinking it's all very lovely, but a little overwhelmed at how crowded it is. So they're just like, this is a lot of people and a lot of bodies, so they're just gonna not only follow Lione, but probably stick to the whichever gives them the most space from other people.
Galen, are you following?
Yeah, and while he does, he kind of is just like looking around the room for reasons.
That's a good point.
About how many people there are.
Yeah, about it being crowded. How many people? What can we expect? Are we like jostling around as we move through, or?
So it's not crowded enough to jostle, but there are people sort of scattered about enough to be aware that there's a large presence in the room. There's probably about 50 people.
Is Gris the shortest in the room?
Easily. Everyone else is a human.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Mm.
As they head towards the food, Gris kind of like pokes or prods at Lione, and she's like,
mm-hmm.
"There's no other halflings?"
No.
I feel like people are staring at me. She kind of like turns her head and notices a couple eyes.
Lione casts message and says, "They probably are." And unfortunately, that's just probably going to be part of it for you tonight, Gris.
Gris kind of gulps and picks up the edge of her cape again, nervous immediately, and responds back, have they never seen a halfling? Do they not like halflings?
Lione casts message again and says, "I don't know if they've seen a halfling, but you're wonderful regardless of what you are and who you are, and you just need to show them that."
Chris once again tries to look taller and kind of beams up at Lione, And she says, all right, okay, I can do this. And keeps following.
I lean down. I haven't heard Leone's side of the conversation, but I still hear Griss's expression. So I just lean down and I go, besides, you're in perfect shin punching position.
And Griss kind of like makes a grunt and like slowly kind of like flexes her hand, and she's like, yeah.
Does Lione hear and see that?
Ari, were you trying to conceal that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just quietly to Griss, so depends how loud it was or how much Lione was paying attention.
Lione, what's your passive perception?
Passive perception? How do you...
It's just the number.
11.
Ariadne, what is your deception?
Deception is -1, charisma's just 8.
Alright, -1 is going to be...
9, right?
I do believe that's a 9.
Yeah.
You don't hear exactly what they say, but you do see them lean down and whisper something to Griss, and Griss flex her hand in response.
Lione infers enough from that alone. And goes, please, Jenny. Please.
Griss just kind of nods, like holding her fist like,
okay. Awesome. When they get to the food table,
what do we see?
Yeah.
Food description, please.
The table is covered in a white silk cloth. It is incredibly long, maybe 30 feet, and about 3 feet wide. The entire thing is just covered in every type of food imaginable. There's various types of stews and soups, roasted vegetables, cooked birds and poultry, pheasant, seasoned fish, just encrusted with herbs. There's fresh baked breads with various sorts of fillings. There's also, towards the end of the table, a pile of just beautiful pastries and desserts. They sit on one of those tiered plates. There's even what appears to be some kind of chocolate fountain powered by presumably magic that bubbles and spills over with liquid chocolate, which is an incredible delicacy.
Lione doesn't actually go for anything. She just kind of looks at everyone's reaction.
Galen grabs a fish. Immediately.
Ari goes for a
you
pastry.
Put them on a plate?
Yeah.
No.
A plate, please, Galen. Please.
Galen just looks over his shoulder at Lione like,
Galen.
fine. And
After seeing that interaction, I also grab a plate for myself and then one for Griss and hand it down.
Griss takes the plate and like sidles up to the table and is just looking. And she turns to Ariadne and goes, do you think this is Marius' favorite foods? Do you think they made it special for him?
I don't know. They either made it for him or they made it for the guests, and I don't know if the guests will like what he likes. So even though it's his birthday, I expect that there's a lot more that goes into choosing these kinds of things, and they're just going to keep going on that train of thought.
Lione is like emphatically nodding, and while she's kind of like nodding, listening to Ari, she's looking around to see if there's anyone she knows like in the very close vicinity of her.
Griss kind of turns back to Ari and goes, well, that's fair. For Reese's birthday every year, I always ask him what he wants to eat, and he always says mushroom stew, but I don't think that's his favorite. I think he does it because it's mine. And Griss kind of like slowly takes a pastry from the table and puts it on her plate.
Did she reach it, or do I have to hand it down to her?
She has to stand on her tiptoes to reach it, but she does reach it.
Cool.
She kind of blindly picks one, I imagine. She's like, I don't even care.
Exactly. Lione, as your friends sort of help themselves to the buffet, you cast a glance around the room. You don't necessarily recognize anyone, but as your head is turned, someone approaches you from behind. They're on your right side, and whoever it is leans forward in an attempt to get your attention, tapping on your shoulder.
Lione turns and goes, hello?
You find yourself facing a incredibly beautiful human girl. She has long blonde hair that she's braided into a intricate design over her shoulder. It's woven with golden thread and strings. She's dressed in a pale pink gown that is a little too far low cut even for your taste, or God forbid your mother's, and is covered in jewelry. She looks to be about 25, 24 years old. And she goes, well, if it isn't the fabulous and famous Lione LaBelle, I'm surprised you didn't introduce yourself.
Lione kind of puts her hands together and says, yeah, you are correct. I am the Lady Lione LaBelle. Who are you? I'm afraid I don't think I've seen you around before.
If you haven't seen me around, it's because you're not looking. Full of herself, too. I would have imagined that.
Are you going to tell me your name so I can address you?
You can call me Lady Alyssa, if you're interested. I don't know.
Oh.
How far away is the rest of the party?
You are currently engaged in food. You may be kind of aware of Lione talking to someone, but you haven't quite caught into the conversation yet. You're sort of...
Is the bar nearby? Can I have headed over there yet?
You can absolutely head over there. It's probably about 70 feet away.
Cool. Then, no, I'm going to stay by Gris, but I'm going to, like, lean down and point and just be like, just let me know when you're done. You're seeing what I'm saying? Yeah,
Gris is like, yes.
The path is blocked out in my mind.
Gris knows exactly what Ariadne wants next and grabs maybe a few more pastries quickly and kind of like walks down the length of the table to see if there's anything she's missed.
Okay.
So how many feet away is Lione? Because I think Galen would like to listen in on this if possible.
She's maybe 10 feet away. You can see that she's in conversation with someone. If you do choose to listen in, you've missed everything leading up to the point where you started listening.
Okay. I'll still listen in. I can't help
The
myself.
amazing shenanigans of her team members allowed for Lione to check her notes and recall exactly who Lady Alyssa is. And she looks at Lady Alyssa and says, Lady Alyssa Whitehall.
So you do know me.
I do. I just needed a moment of refresher. I don't think you've ever bothered to introduce yourself.
Well, I never saw the point.
Has Lady Alyssa ever attended a ball at Leone's house?
She has.
I thought so.
She absolutely has. They've been at a lot of the same events.
Yeah. So despite attending a ball at my family's manor, you never thought it pertinent to introduce yourself to me?
Well, I mean, I introduced myself to your mother, and you're not even like a full LaBelle, so like, why would I care?
By that same token, are you a full Whitehall?
Well, I mean, I know who both my parents are.
And Lione kind of chuckles and says, well, okay, how can I be... I'm trying not to let Victoria get in the way.
I can see it in your eyes.
Victoria would be like...
I'm so sorry, Vic.
It's good. It's good. Lady Lione says, so you've spoken about me then?
I mean, as much as one cares to speak about some bastard half-elf, all I'm saying is, it's a pleasure to meet you. You know,
yourself as well.
It's always good to know who, Marius, well, who he's lowered his standards to now.
That's funny. That's funny. That's a good joke, Lady Alyssa.
Oh, Lady LaBelle. You're just... I would have expected you to be prettier, but it's fine. I'm sure you're very smart. I'm sure you're very smart. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that I really love about people who talk down about other women is that they're often the ugliest on the inside. And
I'm
Lione
sure.
Lione kind of like just grills her.
She's staring at you and like looking down to her nails, and then she looks at you and she goes, well, I hope that you're enjoying my sloppy seconds, Lady Lavelle.
I'm surprised you're here. Given the fact that, you're no longer with Sir Marius.
Well, some of us, our families, have enough power that we're easily protected,
Just to kind of, for myself.
Yes.
Out of character. Just to kind of get a sense of, like, the importance of the labels.
Yes.
How, like because we run like this, the labels run a whole line of stores that I presume carry goods from other noble families. I feel like they would have a relatively prestigious place.
Yes. This seems to be less about your mother's family and
more about whoever my dad is.
Yeah.
So during this break, can Gris have convinced Ariadne to walk over to Lione and see if she wants a drink before they head over to the bar?
Yes, she can.
Yeah. So they go, I mean, she never does, but fine, I guess.
It's the polite thing to do. We're at a ball. We must be polite, Ariadne. And Gris kind of mimics...
She didn't knock.
Gris mimics like a head turn like Lione might do and begins to stride as best as a halfling can with little legs on over to Lione. Still probably holding her plate of pastries, I imagine.
You arrive at what appears to be an awkward pause in the conversation. Galen, you've heard a large portion of this, and you are sort of standing there as well, watching your friends approach Lione. You approach Lione in a pause, and as you arrive, the woman who she's talking to, who is very pretty, turns to look at you, looks at Lione, and goes, "Oh, you brought friends. How quaint."
Lione just kind of looks at Gris and casts message really quickly and says, "This is what I meant." And then looks back up at Lady Alyssa.
Gris gives Lione a kind of puzzled look and then kind of stammers as she says, "Hello. I'm Gris."
I think at this point, Galen starts walking over.
Go ahead.
I was like, "Hello, I'm Gris," and then I point up to Ariadne, like, "And this is Ariadne. It's a pleasure to meet you." And she kind of...
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. My name is Alicia Whitehall. Welcome. It's so wonderful that Lione brought her friends here. Lady Lavelle and I were just catching up, exchanging a little gossip, having a good time. It's so lovely to meet you. I hope that you enjoy yourselves. And she like looks at Lione for a moment and she goes, "It's good to know that you are," and she like looks over to Ariadne for a minute, "reconnecting."
Yeah, it is, Lady Whitehall.
Lady Lavelle.
Gris kind of looks between Lione and Alyssa and kind of is like, "What's happening here?" She's like trying to process it. She knows things are a little off, I imagine. She's not dumb by any means, but she's not really... I don't think she would remember who she is. I don't think Gris has ever even heard her name. Since
I never talked about it. Lione just knew.
Yeah.
Where I got that information was as soon as Marius said he's from the House of Steel, I got a little bit of backstory because he's nobility. Yeah, so you wouldn't know who she is.
Yeah. So Gris kind of like clears her throat and looks up to her and goes, "And where are your friends?" And she just smiles, like a big fake smile.
Lione casts message to Ari, like without moving, and says, "Nowhere."
I answer back in message. I'm just like, I find her voice grating.
I will have you know I was escorted here by my husband. He's getting us drinks at the bar right now. And she like turns to Lady LaBelle and she goes, "It's been a pleasure, Lady LaBelle."
Leon's like, "I agree, Lady Whitehall.
"We'll need to talk soon." And she like,
Definitely, you'll have to tell me all about your remarriage.
"And you'll have to tell me all about your part-time job as a strumpet." And she like walks away.
Galen sort of like puts his finger up and goes like, "You might want to get your nails looked at if you keep looking at them like that. Might be an issue."
She like looks at you. She looks you up and down, and she goes, "Oh, Lady LaBelle, Sir Marius certainly won't be happy to hear that you've moved on," and like walks away.
Leon laughs out loud at that one. Like
the whole
with
party is
Galen.
likely chuckling.
Oh god.
Grizzly kind of turns to Ariadne and says, "I think we should wait to go to the bar. I don't want to bump into her again."
Leon
I
kinda
don't
looks-
know. I think I do want to bump into her and or her husband.
Galen sort of leans over to Lione and goes like, "So I know you told me to not do anything, but that one.
I'd be okay if you fucked with her a little bit, Galen."
Lovely.
Gris is like, "She had on some really nice jewelry. She was very
did, didn't
pretty. She did."
Okay, no, her jewelry was not nice. It was gaudy. Second of all, her calling me a strumpet when her neckline goes to her belly button, the irony in that.
Gris is
Third
like,
of all,
"It's a
and Leon
strumpet."
kind of like hushes. She kind of like hushes and gets close to everyone, kind of motioning them for her to get close to her.
Mm-hmm.
Do they?
Yeah.
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 Okay. That's Marius's first wife.
That explains a
Well,
lot.
he made a good decision.
No wonder why he turned into a bird. She's terrible.
That's not why he.
You know,
Motivations are understandable.
he did mention as a bird. At least this is what. Gris
Okay.
told me.
And Leon casts message to Gris and Galen in succession. Stop saying the word bird.
Gris is like,
I get that we're in a circle whispering right now, but stop saying the word bird.
and she messages back to Lione and says, "Wait, do people not know he was a bird?"
No, they don't.
Galen messages back and just,
anything.
I message back and I just go, "Bird."
And Leon says, "Yeah, so that is Marius's first wife," which Leon feels comfortable saying because everybody knows that in the room. She's fine with that. Everybody knows that him and Alyssa were no longer married. She goes.
What was the situation? Did she like run out on him, or he just he became a bird and everybody forgot? Like, what? Why were they apart? Do we know any of that?
I don't believe it was revealed to everyone. Only Lione really
Only
knew.
Leon
yes.
knows.
I think that he might have shared a little bit with Galen. Like, he hinted at Galen that, like, it wasn't his fault that the marriage ended. And that's kind of all that he gave him. Leon knows the whole story.
Yeah. And Leon kind of goes, she's clearly
Awful.
still possessive over him.
Well,
So-
I don't see what Marius saw in her at all.
Marius
Or
mentioned
why
to me
she's
that it
on the
wasn't-
guest list.
It's true.
Well, you can't not invite everybody to these things. It's an
But
honor
it's his
thing.
birthday.
Yeah, I don't understand.
But it's
Yeah.
not just his birthday.
What is it?
Yeah.
In theory, it's his birthday. We're celebrating his birthday. But this is a place for gossip. This is a place to show off. This is a place to see other nobles. And if suddenly a house is not invited, it is thought of as insulting.
Galen, were you going to add something to the conversation?
I was gonna say, like to everyone out loud, when we were on the ship, Marius mentioned that the split wasn't entirely his fault. Do you know anything about that? Maybe some dirt that you can give me for Lady Whitehall?
If I recall correctly, out of character, Lady Whitehall cheated on Marius with his best friend, right?
Yes.
And he left her as a result of that.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay. Is that public knowledge amongst the nobles?
You heard that it ended. So before all of this, what you knew from the gossip was that the marriage's end was the result of adultery, but you could never figure out on what side.
Okay. Lione looks at Galen and says, the public knowledge is that there was adultery that happened. And well, I'd like you not to necessarily tell her that you know who did it, but I think you know who did it.
Well, for all she knows, I'm a citizen of Alis.
I think she knows you're not a citizen of Alis.
How would she know that?
Galen.
What?
Are there any other half-Tritons in Alis at all?
No, you will see Tritons occasionally at the port. No Tritons live in Alis. There's also
That they know of.
Nobody comes to these balls. You are really like the first person to bring non-nobility to a ball, and it's because Marius told you could bring who you liked.
Galen, it's because Tritons don't live here. And also, even if you were a citizen of Alis, you'd have to be one of the houses of nobility in order to attend this. This is a very unique circumstance.
Should we not be here?
Oh, no, Marius wants you here.
Well, then let's just play it up, Gris.
And yet he can't decide that who he doesn't want here has to be here.
Yes, so you can invite extras, not usually, but in this circumstance. But you cannot not include people.
We'll just play it up then, all right? Gris, you are now High Priestess Littlefoot, one of the most prestigious healers from the Sea of Trees.
I like the sound of that.
Ari, you're one of the most renowned monks from all of Kraylin. Your knowledge knows no bounds. You're often revered for your teachings. I am a captain of the Triton Guard. Backstories. We've all got it.
You know, I don't...
No.
This... And Lione looks at Galen and says, Galen, you know, Gris and Ari they can't lie, right?
That's not true.
Oh, I can. There's just 0 point. You're welcome to, but you're the one having fun with them with your cards and your waterbending. Do you really think I could pull off being the most well-renowned, well-spoken elder? I'm sorry,
Absolutely.
It's been a couple of months, Galen. I've already forgotten half the conversation since we started.
But they're humans. They don't know the difference.
Gris is like, well,
I think they do.
I am actually a pretty good healer, so maybe.
Hopefully there's no reason for you to need to heal. You just need to be yourselves and not tell any secrets. It's really not going to be that hard. They're not going to... They might be mean to you, but they're not going to be as mean to you as they are to me. And I'm a seasoned professional at this, so...
Chris begrudgingly agrees and says to Galen, maybe we'll find another excuse to be our alter egos. And she kind of smirks at him.
Galen smirks back, and then he kind of just mutters to himself. Galen just mutters to himself, like, I mean, before this whole adventuring thing, I used to lie for a living, so...
I'm just,
I gives a little,
from a DM perspective, Ryan, the moment you proposed that, I pulled up the passive deception scores. And I remembered that Galen is the int throwaway stat of the group, so it makes perfect sense for him to suggest this to +0 and -1 over here.
Exactly.
So go on. Sorry, Ariadne.
Oh, I was just saying, as they have that little interaction, I just give a little sigh, just like with a deep sense of dread of even the amount of effort that would take. I'm just like, the point is it's not that I can't, I'm not willing to. That's just too much work.
Totally
I think we should just eat pastries and drink. And she kind of points to Ariadne, like, and then dance. Chris kind of
Lione-
claps her hands.
Lione says, you go to the bar. I'm going to go find Marius and let him know that you're here. And yeah.
Will we get to see him too, or is he
I'll
just
bring him
sequestered
over.
away? Okay.
I don't know
I
where
just
he
mean-
is right now.
Oh, well, that's helpful.
I'm going to look for him. I'm going to swish my way around.
Can Galen like glance
Swish
around the room and see
safely.
if he can spot Marius?
Sure, roll perception.
Fuck, that's a nat 1.
Ooh.
So you don't.
Galen, you start to glance around the room. Get distracted by a woman wearing a pink dress, and get a little sad.
No.
I just reach up and I like stroke the seashell in my hair for comfort.
Forgot about this seashell. It's my heart.
I'm emotional now. So I feel like Lione would kind of peel off and head in the direction where she assumes now there's been a little bit of conversation. She's hoping that this heated conversation with this other person has died down so she can let Marius know that they're here and that everyone else is here. Okay. And also she wants to have a conversation with him about Alyssa.
Lione, you start to move in the direction where you last saw Marius. It's actually sort of towards the bar, so you split off from your party after about 30 feet of walking together. You sort of cut right and they cut left. Ariadne is sort of at the head of the charge towards the bar. Galen, do you head with Gris and Ariadne?
I think Galen sort of just like posts up by a wall and kind of just like leans back and then people watches.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Which wall would you like to post up by?
What's it? How is the room structured? Is it like a typical ballroom where it's just like a big empty room, and then everything else is like lined against the walls?
Exactly. And so your friends are heading towards the west side of the ballroom, where the sunset is beaming through. In the corner, sort of off to the side, is the bar that Ariadne is leading Gris to.
I'll post up like in between the distance from where I am now and the bar and kind of be by one of the windows, I guess.
Okay, so you are leaning against the eastern wall, about 20 or 30 feet away from your friends who are grabbing drinks. Lione, you can see Lione sort of walking away. I'm going to start with Lione.
Okay.
Lione, you are walking through the ballroom, looking for Marius where you last saw him. You think you catch a glimpse of him across the ballroom, and as you move towards him, a man steps in your way. He is tall and looks very similar to Marius. Similar dark skin, handsome features, high cheekbones, strong jaw. He is much thinner than Marius, who tends to be a little bit more muscular, and quite a bit older. You realize, looking at him, that he must be Marius's father, Thaddeus Steele.
Oh. Okay.
Lady LaBelle, I presume?
Wait. Wait. His name's Thaddeus, right?
Yes.
And would it be Lord or would it be Sir?
This is Lord.
I thought so.
Marius is a knight, so he's got the Sir
I thought
title.
so. Yeah. Lione looks up at him and says, Lord Steele, how are you this evening?
Well enough, all things considered.
Mm-hmm.
I've been asking Marius to allow me the pleasure of meeting you for several months now. And he sort of looks at you expectantly, waiting for you to initiate sort of the typical greeting of nobility.
Lione says, and he stopped you from meeting me. And I assume like the typical greeting of nobility would be hand out.
Yes.
Yeah. And so as Lione says that, she kind of puts her hand out and says, I'm surprised that he stopped you. Like, just like charming, like oh, I can't believe he would do that. I would have loved to have met you kind of situation.
He looks you up and down, takes your hand, bows stiffly, kisses it, and stands back up and goes, well, I suppose he was embarrassed.
Ah. And Lione goes, now why would that be, Lord Steele? her tone is like icy now.
He looks at you through narrowed eyes and goes, well, everyone knows you're the illegitimate child of a whore with too much money. And as he says this, a familiar voice chimes in. She's a lady, and you will not speak to her that way. Especially when you have so little ground to stand on, Father. Marius then turns to you, bows, and says, Lady LaBelle, I apologize for my father's everything. It is lovely to see you.
Lione looks at Sir Marius, ignoring Lord Steele at this point, and says, it's no problem, Sir Marius. It's lovely to see you as well. I was looking for you.
Thaddeus kind of scoffs, looks at his son, and goes, I suppose birds of a feather and whatnot, and sort of moves away from you two.
Lione kind of sidles up to Marius, gets close enough so that no one else can hear, and kind of whispers to him, like, does he know the meaning that sentence could have with you?
No.
Just a coincidence. Lione chuckles and is like, that's great. He called my mother a whore just now.
Yes,
a whore,
well,
Marius.
My father is... well, he's Thaddeus Steele, House Steele. He doesn't need to be kind to people. I didn't realize you'd be coming. I never got a response.
It was a bit of a whirlwind. I've actually brought everyone. We were in Freylin, and then the invitation that you sent to my mother was sent to... Do you remember Raphael and Valdethus?
He stops for a minute, looks off into the distance as if thinking, steps back, looks at you, takes in your entire outfit, and he goes, That explains that. I like you in gold. It's a good color on you.
Thank you, Sir Marius. Wait, Lione likes to give compliments back. So I would like a description of what Marius looks like. Purely for the compliments and not because he's a hottie and I want the description.
It's about the hottie.
What are you wearing, Marius, right now? You just...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm hitting Jenny with the what is he wearing so that I can hit Marius with that good compliment.
All right. Marius is dressed in what you recognize as the uniform of a retired military officer. It is very formal, but the primary feature appears to be sort of the medals of honor pinned to his lapel. He looks a little uncomfortable in it, probably because he's been retired quite some time, but the buttons are golden, and it's very well fitted. You can appreciate it. It almost looks like perhaps he became more muscular since he received this uniform. It's a little tight in the shoulders. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what I like to hear. Lione looks at Marius and says, well, you look very dashing, as per usual.
Thank you, Miss LaBelle. May we have a conversation that's perhaps a little more private? And he sort of looks around the room. You do too, and you notice Alyssa standing about 30 feet away, giving you just the most heinous stink eye you've ever seen.
Lione says, I would love that. And does he put his arm out?
Yes, he does.
I thought so. I figured. And so Lione, like, without even pausing, knowing that he's about to do that, just kind of, like, weaves her arm around his and places her hand on his forearm, just like she did with Ari earlier.
All right, so you start to move towards a more secluded kind of alcove in the corner of the room. As you do so, we cut to the bar. Galen, you're watching your friends. You're leaning against the wall. You're taking in kind of the scene of the room. A few people try to talk to you, but don't seem too hell-bent on it when you give them sort of a scowl and they move on. Ariadne and Gris, you approach the bar.
Gris, I'm sure, is just like right by Ariadne's side and just letting them lead the way.
Fair enough. So I lead the way. I get there. Is there anything I recognize or that looks appealing that I maybe have not seen before?
Roll insight.
I can do that. 9.
All right, so you go to look at the drinks, but instead get a little distracted by the bartender. He's a human.
Okay.
He looks to be
Fair.
about 18 years old, skinny. A little too skinny. It reminds you of Galen a little bit. You wish he'd eat a little bit more. And he looks at you with very tired eyes. As he says, "Can I help you?"
I think I'm alright, but you look like you could use one of these yourself.
Yeah, boss won't let me drink when we're hosting events. Also, sometimes never. He's kind of protective. It's fine.
That's not very fun.
Gris is like, sounds more like a parrot than a boss.
Yeah, pretty
oh, God,
much.
don't say that. That's so weird. Oh, God, why would you bring that? Oh, God. He's not my dad. He's not my dad.
Gris just chuckles from, I guess, way down at the bottom of the bar.
Considering we don't know who your boss is, there's no way we could know whether or not he is your father.
That's true.
Okay, well, I want to clarify. I don't look anything like him. I met him, like, last year. Like, he's not my dad. Okay, sorry. Okay, drinks. You want drinks? Drinks. We got a good mead. The boss makes it himself. There's, we got ale. We've got weird drinks that he taught me how to make. I'm not great at it, but I can do it. It's open bar.
Wait. Makes mead himself. And Gris turns to Ariana and is like, "You don't think it's Travis?"
Oh, sick! You know Travis?
Oh my god!
We adore Travis. Wait, did we ever hear about Tyler?
No.
Okay. Gris is like, "Of course we know Travis. We love Travis and Maxilla and the whole Osteoclast family, and we just are big fans."
Okay, sick. If I wasn't on the job right now, I would be chatting with you about that. But if he finds out that I'm talking non-business during business hours, he's gonna be mad. And I told him I could handle this. I made a promise to him. Mm-hmm. So it would be really deeply unchill of me to break that promise. Can I get you a drink?
I'll take a mead if Travis made it.
I like chuckle and just like look down at Gris. And I go, how about one of those mixed drinks that your father, Travis, taught you to make?
Not my dad, God.
I know, kid. I'll tell him you did good, okay?
Yeah, I think that would be sick, actually. I'd like that. He's been a little hard on me.
Sure thing. Next time I see him, your best bartender at a soiree.
Well, if we see him, who do we say we saw? And Gris kind of like is trying to like get a better look.
Oh god.
Oh shit. My name's Tyler. Tyler Kyleson. Hi.
Tyler Travis. It's the tease meant to be, really.
I'm
just like making fun of him at this point.
And Gris is like, "Well, I'm Grace, and this is Ariadne."
Yo, sick. I like that you got an elf friend. I got an elf friend too back home. I'm gonna make your drinks, and if you ever want to talk again outside of business hours, really don't have time right now. You're
no, of course you are very, very dedicated.
You're more than welcome to swing by the ass and see if I'm there. I might not be. I'm too cool to stay around there too much. I'm gonna go, and he pulls out some mead, slams it on the counter, and then pulls out some kind of clear alcohol and some odd juice and very carefully measures them into a cup for you. And he goes, double?
Yes. Just assume that from now on. Travis does.
You'll probably see a lot of Ariadne tonight.
He nods and pours it again and then goes, shit, it's a triple. I'm so sorry, man.
No worries. No, I'm not about to let good liquor go to waste.
He shoves them towards you and he goes, okay, I can't talk, but if you ever need anything, swing by the ass. Travis can help you. I might be there. I might not. And
we'll keep that in mind. And I lean in a little bit and I'm like, the same goes for you. We don't see him often, but if you need anything, I'm sure he'd want us to help you out.
And he sort of makes a non-committal hand gesture and moves to the end of the bar to go help another customer. It seems that maybe he's not hell-bent on talking to you at this event, but he does seem to appreciate the offer to tell Travis that he's done a good job. You both receive your drinks and are left standing
I hand
there.
it down to her.
You can see Galen watching you from the wall.
Cool. I take it down to her, and then I point at Galen and I'm like, I hope he knows I'm not getting him anything. If he wants something, it's gonna have to come get it. He's the one who chose to stand over there all alone, like a loner, like B's not here.
I think that's fair, Ariadne. I don't know why he's standing over there, though. Do you think
he wants to look cool?
Cool? You think it's because he wants to look cool? I thought he was scoping out who to steal shit from.
I mean, that too, but that's the default setting. I don't think he has to put much effort, like active, conscious effort into doing that. I think he just does it. But I think this time he wants to. I think he likes it. I think he likes.
I don't think he knows
the
how
attention.
To look. Oh, okay. And Gris kind of notices Galen's posture for a little bit. And she's like, yeah, I think you're right, Ariadne. I think this is looking cool.
Go for it.
I want to just describe what Galen's doing right now. So he's kind of leaned back against the wall, one hand in his pocket, and then in his other hand, he's doing little sleight of hand tricks to himself with his playing cards. He's cut it in half, and he's just cutting it over and over and over with his other hand, just sort of as a fidget, really, just playing with these cards over and over and over.
I thought you were about to drop some Alanis on us. One hand in my pocket, the other one's throwing a peace sign. I was like, damn.
So as you watch Galen sort of awkwardly fidget, clearly uncomfortable with the entire situation, you see a woman approach him. She's got long red hair. She seems a little drunk, but she also seems like she's having a good time. She seems to be some kind of noble, but she's taken off her shoes and is holding them in one hand as she approaches.
Oh. Gris turns to Ariadne and says, we can take our shoes off?
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Should we go meet her?
If anyone's gonna give us permission, we have a case in point to show Lione.
I think this is a good opportunity.
My God.
Gris
and I give wanting to indulge Gris in her wanting to be all sort of regal and stuff. I give a big sweeping just very overacted after you.
And Gris takes her cape. Once again, she's not grabbing her dress. She's grabbing her cape and does
it fucking kills me.
A low curtsy and kind of swishes it around and heads immediately towards this no-shoed woman.
So this woman, as you approach, she's already started to talk to Galen. Galen, she's approached you. Your friends are maybe 2 minutes away, so they're not going to catch the beginning of this conversation.
It's a big room.
She's holding her, and they walk kind of slow, and they have to talk about the shoes and whatever.
Oh, true.
So she's holding her shoes in one hand, and she's looking at you, and she goes, "Hi."
Galen sort of just leans back his head and is, "Hi."
I've never seen you here before. How do you know Sir Marius?
We're old school buddies.
You went to the Naval Academy with him? You don't look like you're in the military.
Different kind of military.
There's a different kind of military?
Galen sort of is just unsure what to do at this point, but this woman's clearly inebriated, so he can just say pretty much whatever he wants or do whatever he wants. So he kind of just like brushes back his hair to like show off his ear with all the jewelry and all that, and it's just like, yeah, he's on the ship. I'm underneath the water.
That's so cool. Wait. Oh my god. I love... Where... That is... And Lady LaBelle thinks she's a hot shit with her... I mean, she's great. I love her. But, like... That's a lot cooler.
Does she have a drink in her hand?
Not
like
currently.
She's in one hand, drink in the other? Oh, okay.
No, she's using one-handed gesture. It looks like maybe whoever's working the bar cut her off.
Okay. Good to know. I kind of like look down at the cards that I'm cutting over and over and over, and I look up at her and I'm like, would you like to take part in a Triton custom? And sort of like flash a smile.
No, I want to hear more about this military that you were in with Marius.
Are you sure you don't want your fortune read?
No, because I want... Maybe later. Actually, that sounds like fun, because I want to know if I find a hot husband, because it's been a long time, and... Okay, anyways.
I'm sure you will. Okay.
I love her.
You're so sweet. Okay, so here's the deal. And Ari and Gris, you are now approaching, and you hear this part. So you said that you were in the military with Marius, which means, like, you probably... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You probably know why he retired, because he was like supposed to get his own fleet or whatever, right? And like, it's so weird because like he was supposed to be like an admiral or whatever, and then he just like quit. And like, I don't know. I just like I want to like. It seems like you would like have the gossip about like, and at this point she's like, she's got one hand on the wall, she's still holding her shoes, but is also attempting to like braid her hair with the one occupied hand.
Oh.
Oh god, this poor woman. Okay.
I love her.
I'm obsessed.
So wait, we're approaching as well?
Yes, you've arrived.
We're there.
Okay.
I can see them, right? Like out of my peripheral or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of just like shoot Ari a glance, and like with my free hand, I'm just like, just wait, please.
Oh, but I mean, we're already there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, but just like don't say anything, please.
Oh,
just like that's kind of like the.
Okay. I like narrow, like I squint my eyes a little bit, but I'm like, you're fucking cool, I guess.
Gris kind of whispers up to Ariadne and is like, did she just say Galen was in the military with Marius?
I like lean down and I whisper to Gris, and I'm just like, I think he's running some kind of scheme. I don't know.
Oh, I just want to take my shoes off.
Me too. I mean, we can always just tell Leo, like, we have a witness now. Galen says she has her shoes in her hand. If we just take them off, we'll just be like, well, we were just doing what we think nobles do. And I'm just like...
and if you look down, and Gris kind of looks down at her dress, and I guess, and her skirts are probably pretty close to touching the floor. I'm sure Raphael did a good job of hemming them up. But Gris is like, if I took them off, you could never even see them. You could never even tell.
You could be so sneaky, Gris.
But Gris doesn't have a bag, does she?
There's no doubt she's got her satchel. You think she's gonna let go of that thing with all her herbs and spices? Her
Or
24
did you
herbs and
put it
spices?
in the bag of holding.
I just figured we'd be carrying them around just like this
Where's
lady.
my satchel?
Only Gris has her satchel. It was a negotiation between Lione and Gris, in which Gris agreed to give up the staff to Leone's bag of holding if and only if she was allowed to have her satchel. Other people tried to debate. Galen tried to get a weapon. The only person who she would bend on was Gris.
Gris kind of like slides over to like the edge of the table and tries to like nonchalantly look around. And she just slowly with her feet, while talking to Ariadne about nothing in particular, kicks off her shoes. And then she sneakily picks them up and shoves them in her satchel.
So, Galen, you are... Oh, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and after Gris is done, I just very unceremoniously like kick mine off and pick them up. And I'm just like, no, there's no secrecy effort for me. Like, I'm just fine. I'm just like I'll respect your right to want to keep it secret and stealthy, Chris, but I'm good.
And Chris is like, you don't think Raphael comes here, right? You don't think he's gonna know.
I could put them on before he ever notices.
And Chris is like, okay, he's really the only one I'm worried about. Lione can get mad at me all she wants, but Raphael's kind of scary.
So, Galen, this girl is looking at you, expecting some kind of answer to this gossip that she's seeking.
He quit. Clearly, we were told different things. I mean, different branches of the Navy and all that. They had to have had a reason to tell us something different. We were told that he just retired peacefully, but do you know why he quit?
Well, that's what I'm asking you, but if you don't know the answer, why am I even talking to you?
Would you like another drink?
They won't give me any more drinks.
They'll give me drinks. I can just hand it off to you.
I don't know. And she sort of sits down on the floor and starts crying.
Galen sort of just throws his head back and is like, oh no, and he crouches down.
Can Gris rush in? She sees a crying babe.
Absolutely. So you rush in. Galen is kneeling next to a girl who's just drunk sobbing. She's just like,
Gris is like, honey, what is your name? What's wrong? What did Galen do? And she looks at Galen like, what did you do?
And if Gris has gone in, yeah. If Chris has got in to comfort this woman, poor woman, I'll grab Galen's able and pull him up a bit to interrogate.
Oh no.
And Chris is like, what is your name? And she's kind of got a hand on her cheek, very familiar, even though they've never met. And she's looking deeply into her eyes and worried, sick.
So as you ask these questions, meanwhile, in the alcove, Lione, Marius has pulled you sort of aside. You can still see the ballroom, but it's a little bit more quiet here. There's some seating areas, though he's sort of standing over you, looking down at you. And there's something in his expression that you can't place. It's not anger. He certainly seems happy to see you, but there is something concerned in his expression. He seems a little distracted.
Okay. Lione looks at him, noticing that, and says, "Happy birthday, by the way. Are you okay?"
Yeah, I'm fine. I just... Lione, and he sort of reaches to the back of his neck, scratching it a little bit, and as he does so, seems to pull up his suit jacket a little bit around his hands, and goes, I'm happy to see you. I'm really glad that you're here. I've missed you. I've missed you. And he says that again with real sincerity.
Leon says, "I've missed you as well. You would have really liked the Harvest Festival that we went to." Can I also roll insight to see if I can clock anything weird?
Yeah, go
with what he said.
Yeah.
That's a 13 plus 5, 18.
Jeez. All right. So you do clock some things.
Okay.
He's very clearly being honest about his happiness to see you. Yeah. It does seem like he's missed you. He seems more withdrawn. Usually when he talks to you, he's very amicable and he's ready to just listen to you. He always asks you prompting questions. Even when you're in public, he likes to hear you talk. However, he seems like he has something to say. His posture is a little uncomfortable, and you notice that around his wrists, where he tried to pull down his sleeve earlier, there's these strange marks. They look almost like burns, though fairly well healed. It's been maybe 3 or 4 weeks since whatever happened to him happened. They're almost scars at this point, though still fairly obviously wounds. As you notice them, he pulls his sleeves back down around them and goes, I have something for you.
I have something for you. Why do you have something for me? It's your birthday.
Well, it's nothing big. And he sort of turns around for a second and seems to fidget with something from his pockets and pulls out a flower, remarkably well kept for having been in his pocket. It's purple, with a sort of bell-shaped blossom, and at the bottom it's wrapped in silk to keep it alive. And he hands it to you and he says, I think that this would look quite lovely with the dress you have on. And he holds it by the silk end as he does so.
Is this a corsage?
It's a single flower.
Just a single flower. Where can I put that? In my hair? On my wrist? What should I do?
You can tuck it in your hair, yeah. You have some pins in there. You could maybe pin it in there.
We have a lot of pins in there.
There's a lot of pins in there. Lione kind of takes it and says, this is beautiful. Oh my goodness, Marius. This is beautiful. And then she kind of looks at him and says, can you pin it in my hair for me?
He looks at your hair for a second and goes, I wouldn't want to disturb it. It looks so lovely.
It's like, fine, I'll do it myself. And then she kind of, like, I want her to, like, pin it in a spot where, like, it'll be visible to everyone, but still, like, securely there.
He looks at you as you do it and sort of nods in approval and goes, as I thought, it looks beautiful on you. You look beautiful.
Thank you, Marius. I have a gift for you. I need you to close your eyes.
He closes his eyes awkwardly.
Lione goes, like, shifting through her bag of holding, and I feel like she would have had Jaden wrap this book.
Yes.
Yeah, so she would have had Jaden wrap this book, and Lione would have probably had it wrapped in, I would say, like a gold and red sort of wrapping paper that has like beautiful gold filigree on it, to kind of like make Marius think of her. And so she kind of like fishes it out of her bag of holding and holds like this heavy book wrapped in paper in front of her and says, you can open your eyes.
He opens his eyes and looks down at the package that you're presenting him, and he goes, mm-hmm. You didn't have to bring a gift.
I wanted to. And she kind of like hands it to him. So you can open it?
He opens it very carefully. He seems to be appreciating the wrapping paper that came in and holds it for a minute to like the light of the nearest candle and goes, How did you get this?
Friends in high places.
He like sort of really gently turns the cover open and flips a few pages before closing it again. He goes, I'm going to read the hell out of this book.
Oh, that's all I wanted to hear. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you haven't read it before. I know you've read so much.
And he like looks at it for a minute and he goes, from what I know, there's like 4 of these in existence.
Oh, really? Lione has no idea. She has no idea.
He's like, well, if you ever want to read it together, and we could. It's very rare.
I'd love that. I would love that.
Okay. And he like smiles for a minute, and then his expression becomes serious again. He tucks the book under one arm and takes a step closer to you and looks down at you and says very quietly, Lione, I'm not sure you should be here.
Why? Lione, like, sensing how serious he is, just says why.
Just as the question leaves your lips, someone arrives to your conversation. Marius, dude, you didn't want to introduce me to, like, a girl or whatever? Ridiculous. What up, Biddy? My name's Thad, and Marius has gone bright red. And you turn and you find yourself facing the same man that you saw him arguing with earlier. He resembles Marius in a lot of ways, though his hair is a little scragglier, and he seems a lot more laid back. He's sort of like standing there in a relaxed position. He's got a drink in one hand, and he goes, "So, I mean, well met."
Marius' brother, right? And his name is Thad, right?
My name's Thad.
Yeah. So Lione kind of holds her hand out and says, "You must be Marius' brother, and it's nice to finally meet you."
He kisses your hand and then looks back up at you, and he's like, "Ah, damn, you're way too cute for my brother. You really, you should be going to Thaddeus the Second, lady. I'd be showing you a good time, not taking you for walks or whatever. Marius, you're so boring. Marius is bright red. Bright red."
Leon's like, "Oh, he's just a charming little kid."
He's like 24.
I know, but Lione, it's just the attitude for Lione, right? So she's like, "I think you're a bit too young for me, Thad. Also, I just had a run-in with your father, so the name's leaving a bit of a bad taste in my mouth at the minute."
Oh, yeah, Dad's a dick. Yeah. Oh, man. I gotta tell you, every conversation with that dude, bro's like, "Yo, man, just, like, chill it out. Just, like, smoke some elf fruit. Like, have a good time. Dude's too high-strung."
Leon goes, "Oh, so he's always that uptight."
Oh, yeah, you should have seen him. He, like, sent Marius away to military school or whatever, tried to do the same thing to me, but, no lacrosse program there. Couldn't go.
Fuck off.
Does lacrosse exist in this world?
It does now.
I'm sorry, lacrosse is canon?
Yeah, but
it's fantasy lacrosse.
Jury's not out on bananas. Like,
Okay. So fantasy lacrosse. Leon says, "Ah, so you played lacrosse. Do you play for Alis?"
Yeah, Biddy, I do. Just look up Thad, you'll find me. Oh, there's like 3 of us on the team.
I'm not sure I like being called Biddy. Thad, I'm not quite sure I enjoy that.
Marius looks between the two of you and gives your arm a gentle squeeze and says, "I don't have the answer to the question that you asked, but the flower looks nice on you. You should keep it. Thaddeus." And Thad like looks over to Marius and he's like, "Yeah, bro, what's up?" And he's like, "Why don't you go go see what the band's up to? I'm sure Lady LaBelle has other things to attend to." And Alyssa from across the ballroom is once again staring at you, and he notices her and goes, "As do I, unfortunately. I'll talk to you later, Leon. Thank you for the gift."
Thank you. And Leon is kind of left there like, it's not how Marius usually is. Also, she's like looking at Alyssa like, "You bitch." I'd like Lione to kind of look around and see if she can see the party.
You can! They appear to be across over by the bar, comforting a crying woman that you think you recognize, but you can't quite make her out from this distance.
Lione starts to walk over.
Okay,
she's power walking over.
She's power walking.
Meanwhile, Ariadne, you've pulled Galen aside, and Gris, you are trying to comfort this sobbing girl.
I've just got like a firm grip on Galen's elbow, because I'm like, "You told me to wait. What kind of game are you playing?"
I didn't know she was gonna start fucking crying. Galen's like panicked. He's like, I didn't say anything rude. At least I don't think I did. These are snooty people. But she just started crying.
That's fair. I think she was going to start crying no matter what you said. But the point is... But that wasn't my question. My question is, what do you think you're doing pretending to have been in the military with
I'm
Marius?
just having fun. I'm having fun.
Did you not... did Leon not give you the same talk she gave the rest of us?
I
don't know about you, but I don't know enough about Marius's past to know what to avoid.
I'm just making my own fun. Lione probably told us different things, but I'm just having fun. I'm making my own fun. I don't want to be here as much as you do.
Believe me, I can feel that. And I take a drink and then look back at the poor girl, and I'm just like, look back at Galen, and I'm just like, are you gonna do something about the mess you made?
Yeah, I think I have an idea. And Galen starts walking over towards the bar.
Don't get her more drinks, Galen. Gris kind of calls after you. Water, please. Water.
Galen
Or
sort of
tea.
just like he like throws up his hand and he's just like way ahead of you. And
Gris is like frantically digging in her satchel, and she kind of. I'm sure. Did the girl ever tell Gris her name?
She did not.
Gris is like, "What is your name?" As she kind of digs through her bag. What? Please don't cry.
My name is. I'm so sorry. I swear, I'm not normally like this. My boyfriend just broke up with me.
Oh, honey.
My name is Amelia. What's your name, nice lady?
I'm Gris. So nice to meet you. I'm sorry to do it on such unfortunate terms.
It's okay. It's okay. He wasn't that smart. It's just like... like this is... okay, Lione, you are now about 15 feet away from the entire situation. Gris, Amelia now has like her only head, leaned on one of your shoulders as you kneel next to her, and she's just like... She's kind of started to calm down. She's crying a little less. She seems to find your presence quite comforting.
I assume Lione knows Amelia.
Yes, you do.
Is this a regular occurrence for Amelia?
You know Amelia because you and Amelia sometimes like to party together. It's been a while. You just kind of toned down the party girl a bit. You've become more of an adult. As you remember, Amelia had a boyfriend who liked to party. You think he played for the A-list lacrosse team. You can't really remember.
Oh no! Oh,
but you always liked Amelia. She was always, even when drunk, never afraid to stand up for you. She was always someone who was pretty kind to you, and once punched a man for calling you knife ears, which you thought was quite admirable. Even if
hell yeah!
You were both pretty drunk at the time.
Lione kind of spots her crying, and just kind of like runs over and is like, Amelia, honey, oh my gosh, what is going on?
Gris is kind of like stroking her head, and she's kind of like covers her ears, and she whispers to Lione, and she's like, she just got dumped. And Gris is like, it's okay.
Lione gasps and says, the lacrosse player dumped you? Where is he?
Thad dumped me.
Did you cut out? Did you say Thad?
Yes.
Yeah. Lione goes,
Cross player we do right now.
Thaddeus dumped you.
Who's Thaddeus?
Lione casts message to Gris. Marius's brother.
Gris literally lets out a snort, and she's like, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. And Gris is like staring at Lione and like responds back like, what do we do?
Lione, having dealt with Amelia on many cases before, kind of grabs Amelia's forearm and is like, okay, honey, let's get you up. Come on. You know the ground is not where we sit. You know it.
I know.
I know.
You look so pretty.
And you do too. Although you already got your shoes off.
Well, they were
honey,
hard.
The sun just set.
They were hard to walk in, and like I don't know. And then like there was this guy who said that he served with Marius, and he couldn't tell me why Marius left the military, and like I don't know. It's just like Thad didn't know, and I just. Lione, you look so pretty. You look so pretty.
So pretty, Amelia.
Your pose looks so good in that dress.
This is girls drunk in the bathroom.
Ari's just staring between them both. Also, not having Lione did not deign to give Ari this information, so she's just. I presume you know them both too.
Oh yes, Amelia and I are really good friends.
We're really good friends.
Good.
We used to celebrate a lot together.
Here.
Gris is like speaking to Amelia and agreeing that like shoes are uncomfortable, and she kind of stops that conversation and says, Do you want some water? Something to drink? Should we go find a quiet place to talk?
You need some water. She needs water.
Galen's on it. I turn to Lione. Or at least we think that's what he left to go get.
He's either getting water or tea or another drink.
If he's getting her more booze.
I feel like he's maybe feeling guilty, so hopefully it's water or tea. But I don't know.
Lione casts message. Why would he be feeling guilty?
Chris is like, he told her that he was in the military with Marius, and then she started crying.
Lione just doesn't even respond. And she looks at Amelia and says, honey, who's talking to you about Marius? Why were they even talking about Marius being in the military? What does that have to do with tonight? It's
some
day.
guy
We should be
with,
celebrating.
like, really pretty. I asked him. He has really pretty ears. I would think that he's just he has really pretty ears, and like he can do like card tricks. I didn't let him read my fortune, but he offered to. He said that I was gonna marry like a really handsome man.
Oh, he said that,
which was really, really. I liked that. He was nice. I want to. Where'd you get that flower?
Oh, Marius gave it to me.
Gris kind of pokes her head up, and she's like, "Well, where is he? I thought you said you were going to bring him by so we could say happy birthday."
Well, we had a brief chat, and I was going to bring him over, and then he had to go and talk to Alyssa.
Galen, you are at the bar.
Galen okay, so I walk up, and I sort of just, like, slam my hands on the bar.
Oh, bad vibes, man.
Dude. Galen looks at the kid behind the bar and is like, have I... No, okay. I need water as fast as possible. It's super bad vibes.
Is it for the girl that I cut off? Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on. And he like leans down, he pulls out a water skin individual, and he just like kind of hands it, and he's like, I wasn't aware that I was supposed to bring water, but I got a few of these down here for me, myself, and I. So you can take that. Let me know how it goes. I got a lot of work to do. I'm so sorry I can't really talk right now.
That's fine. And then I reach into my pocket real fast and I just slide him 2 gold pieces and I'm like, thank you. And then I sort of like speed walk back with the water skin.
Dude, it's all prepaid.
Keep it.
Travis doesn't let me keep. Okay, all right.
Yeah, it sort of just stops. And then he starts walking back and it's like, did you say Travis?
I really don't have time to talk, man. I'm not supposed to.
Did you say Travis, yes or no?
Yeah, but like, dude,
I slide him 2 more gold pieces and then I walk away.
He like watches you and he's like, okay, man, enjoy the ball.
I like speed walk my way back with this water skin, and I see Lione there, and I just sort of mutter to myself, shit. I walk over and I crouch down towards the girl who's still nameless to me, and I sort of just like say like as comforting as I possibly can. It's like, do you want some water?
You know who loved water? That. She like takes the water though and starts to drink it. She's like, okay, good. Don't worry, I'm really good at this.
Lione looks at Galen, casts message, and says, the crying's not on you.
I reply back and I'm like,
never mind.
That? Who's...
Lione casts message again. It's Marius's brother.
Galen replies and is like, is that the guy that's kind of like wandering around like looking super out of place?
Is it?
I mean, Thad likes parties.
Right, but he's not like strutting about with like his chest like puffed out, like all proper, right? He's sort of just like, yo, vibes.
He's got vibes. Yeah. He's vibing.
Okay.
So at all of this, Ari's just gonna kind of keep checking out more and more, considering that through this whole thing, like, Lione just keeps doing message, so they're just not included in any of this. So they're just gonna like back up a bit and let them sort of be like, oh, like, okay, it's fine. Just gonna check out till someone needs me, I guess. So I probably take like the position Galen had before him. I'm just like, okay, I'm against the wall. Just gonna stand here for now.
Lione, as you're talking to Galen through message,
yeah,
Amelia's kind of like set down the water skin. She has drank a fair amount of it. You kind of kept an eye on her. She's seemed to have drank a lot. She tries to set it down. Gris winds up taking it out of her hand and holding it for her. And she's now sort of focused on this piece in your hair. And she goes, Lione, I've never seen you like wear like a flower before. It looks really good. It looks so good. You look so pretty. I missed you so much.
Thank you.
Where did you I'm fine. No, I'm fine.
Yes.
Where did you get the flower?
Marius gave it to me.
Oh. What kind of flower is it? I really like flowers. Dad used to give me flowers. He who shall not be named used to give me flowers.
Never mind.
No, you go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, are there any decorations that have flowers around me or near me?
No.
Okay, then never mind.
Would Lione know what flower it is?
You would not.
Okay, Lione casts message and goes, Ari, do you know what flower this is?
Do I know what flower it is?
Roll a nature check.
Let's
think
see.
that there might be someone else who's good at answering this kind of question.
Oh, probably Gris.
16.
I'm like, Ari lived in the forest.
You recognize it as a flower that's not commonly used decoratively. You're not 100% sure of its official uses in medicine nor its name, but you do know that it's poisonous if consumed.
I just messaged back.
A medicine check? Sorry, go ahead.
Or a nature check, either one, yeah. But go for it, Ari.
Oh, I was just saying, because Lione messaged this to me.
Yeah.
So I just messaged back. No, I don't know what it's called, but unless you're planning on biting it, I think it's fine.
Lione kind of reacts to that and says out loud, what do you mean biting it, Ari? And she looks at Amelia and is like, I don't know what flower it is. Gris! And she kind of like tilts her head down and is like, do you know what flower?
Gris kind of stands on her tippy toes and looks at the flower. I mean, medicine or nature. Medicine's slightly higher than nature for me, but whatever you want.
You can roll medicine if you want. I mean, I made Ari roll nature, so we're going to go with you rolling nature, actually.
Oh, nature?
Yeah.
Yeah, my medicine would have been way
19 plus 5, 24.
Let's go.
All right. That's not a huge modifier difference there. Nature's fine. Okay, so you know this flower. You know it by its common name, or its name translated from Druidic. In Druidic, its name is Monksbane. It has other names. You're sure that the more common name, the more commonly heard name for it in common is something different. It doesn't have a lot of medicinal uses. It is poisonous, as Ari said. You seem to recall that it has some kind of other use. There's certain magical creatures and those affected by certain curses who can't touch it. Some in the country use it to hang in their doorways to keep away some creatures of myth. And you remember once, in your early training as a druid, a very sick wolf dog wandered into town. You couldn't heal it, and it broke your heart. But after it died, your teacher examined the remains and found in its stomach this same flower. Monk's Hood.
Monk's Hood or Monk's Bane?
Monk's Hood, not Monk's Bane. That was a Freudian slip.
Oh, okay. So, Gris nods and says, "Oh, Monk's Hood." She kind of like squints her eyes and she's like, "Kind of strange. You said Marius gave that to you?"
Yeah.
It's used often to like ward off, any sort of creatures of myth, or some creatures that are affected by like curses, and I don't know, it's kind of a warding flower. It's kind of strange. But I did see it once. And she's like, and a dog, like a wild dog that came into the village, and I feel like it might have, well, it's complicated, but my teacher at the time thinks that it may have poisoned this wolf dog. Not really sure, though. And she kind of is pushing water to Amelia at this point.
Out of character. Is this the same flower that is in front of the Steel household?
Yes, it is.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I figured it was.
Ari.
Yeah.
As Briss is talking, I want you to roll.
Out of nowhere rolls stress me the fuck out.
I want you to roll. Wow, your stealth score is so high. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the different options here. You are going to roll your own medicine check.
Okay. 18 plus 6, 24.
Damn, 2 24s in a row. Proud of y'all. So you take a moment and kind of try to remember what you know about monkshood. You realize that the name in Elvish translates to something very different.
Yeah.
You're remembering it from your teachings. They used to hang it around the temple because the temple was located in the forest. And one of your masters heard howling at night, and so they gathered a wreath made of wolfsbane and hung it. You know this flower, therefore, as wolfsbane. Griss's phrase of monkshood and the story about the wolf dog reminds you of this.
Okay. So Griss finishing this up, I just go and I'm looking at it again and I just go, yeah, that's what I meant, Lione. I'm like, it's poisonous, basically. I also didn't know any or most of that Griss said, but it just kind of makes sense, I guess. The only other time I've seen it, I think there must have been like dogs or wolves too in the forest, because it's the only other time I saw my master like make a wreath of it. But I didn't know that it was like special. Could they have done it like to keep pests away? Like maybe they were, I don't know.
Lione, is there anywhere where Lione could just sit Amelia down?
Yes.
Okay.
Amelia actually seems to be doing a lot better. She's kind of steadied on her feet. She's stopped crying. She's actually in the middle of putting back on her shoes with a sort of refined elegance that contrasts with her previous predicament. She is leaning on Galen as she does this, and Galen, you're having kind of war flashbacks to a very drunk bee about 4 years ago, balancing on you on the same way as she yelled at you in some kind of language that you didn't understand.
Oh. So Galen's sort of just like, I guess he's in between like a rock and a hard place, right? So he's kind of just like supporting her, but like if she moves the wrong way, he's just gonna let her fall. It's a conflict of interest.
Oh my god.
So, okay, he's trying to be supportful, but is like.
So Ari tried. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say Ari trying to recall all of this and just regurgitate it. Leans down. It is still just kind of confused. So leans down to Griss and just go, "What did you say it was called? Because it's the same flower, but I didn't know it had different names. Why do people give so many different names to the same god's damned thing?"
Griss chuckles and she's like, languages. And she says, yeah, in Druidic it's monk's hood.
You would think living in a temple, if it was going to be a temple and your flower used in a temple, then you would call it monkshood. But no, you're going to call it wolfsbane because it's warding off wolves. Like, what's the point? Monkshood is a perfectly decent name if we're using it in a temple. This is ours, that like concerned with the naming convention.
Griss is like tears of laughter kind of like welling up in her eyes watching Ariadne go around this. And she's like, that's the other name, wolfsbane. And she's like, what kind of cursed creatures? Wolf dog. I don't really know. That's so strange though. Why would Marius...
While they're doing this, Lione kind of looks at Amelia and is like, you should go get some more water. And then also, you should dance with some of the other attractive men in this room to make Thaddeus jealous.
She leans. So at this point, she's got her heels back on, and she puts one hand on your shoulder and sort of pats Galen's head, almost in thanks for his service as a balance object. Yeah, and leans to you, Lione, and says, "Lione, I think Marius is very handsome, and I think you look very cute together.
Thank you.
And I think that you give really, really good advice. But I need you to know that if Thad came back here and told me he wanted to get back together, I would.
Then go get him back.
Thank you, Lione. I love you."
I love you, Amelia.
Gris kind of overhearing this, gotta go get that man talk, is once again, romantic Gris, and she comes, rushing over to make sure Amelia doesn't walk away. And she pulls from her satchel 2 mint leaves and kind of places them in Amelia's hand and curls her fingers up over it and says, just for good breath when you're trying to, woo some men. I know you've been drinking some alcohol, but this might leave a lasting impression.
I just lean over to Lione and go, sorry, go ahead.
Go for it.
And go, because I still know nothing. I don't even think I know that it's beyond Thad. I don't know who this is because nobody's telling me anything.
Yeah.
So I lean over and go, whoever that is, they can't be all that special. There's 40 other guys in here.
Marius's brother. He plays lacrosse.
What?
Yeah. Younger brother. Not as good looking as Marius, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, but what? Still, and I look back at her, at the girl walk, and I'm just okay, I guess I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leon's nodding emphatically, yeah.
So Lione, after you break away from Ari, Amelia leans forward and gives you a kiss on each cheek, as is customary. Yeah. And as she goes to leave, grabs your hand, pulls you close, and says, "And if you ever find out why Marius left the army, please tell me. It's killing me, Lione. It's killing me."
I know. You love it. I know. Gossip is your lifeblood. I know.
It used to be so much fun, Lione.
I know, I'm boring now.
When did you grow up? I don't like this.
I'm sorry. I like books now.
I know, and it's so boring.
I know, I'm sorry.
You're so boring. I love you. I love you. You're beautiful and you're smart, and I'm sure, you're doing great things, but,
yeah.
Come back to me. And then she leaves.
Just kind of shakes her head and is like, I love her, but she's so much. She's so much. And then Lione kind of sobers and is like, okay. And she kind of shuffles everyone as best as she can. She kind of tries to herd everyone into a circle so that no one else can hear them. Can that be done safely?
Yes. As you start to shuffle your friends away, the band strikes up a song and people start coupling off to dance. You can see most people in the room are now in couples, leaving basically just you and no one else, really, unattended, other than the bartender, who seems not keen at all on interacting with you. He seems pretty relieved that the bar is now less crowded than it once was.
Mm-hmm.
Lione says, I don't know why Marius gave me this flower. I don't know why the flower is in front of the house, because none of the, and correct me if I'm wrong, but none of the other houses in Alis have them.
No, this is
right?
They're not, I mean, they are used decoratively, but certainly not in Alis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No one else in Alis uses these flowers. Obviously, it's meant for something, but I don't know what.
I'm sorry, Leon, but I was under the impression that Marius or his family, like your family, would want to stand out.
That could be it. That very well could be it.
Are they really? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand, because you're telling me that families like yours don't shop for their own bread, but they decide which flowers they have.
It's just something Something seemed off about Marius tonight. I couldn't even tell you what it is.
Well,
he seemed fine.
If you use it as a ward, could he be being chased or followed?
I don't know. And
could just
Lione,
be a pretty flower.
Lione kind of turns around and looks for Marius.
Galen, are you with the group?
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add?
Why would he choose... Why would the Steels choose poisonous flower for their yard, though?
Do they keep chickens?
Wouldn't that be a risk for, like, I don't know, children or something? Don't they eat grass or whatever?
Do you know children that eat flowers, Galen?
They're kids.
Chris is like, in my village, I've had to give many a remedy.
Don't eat flowers, but I see your point, Galen.
That might have.
Fair point, actually. And Lione kind of goes, between Marius acting weird, being intent on...
What makes you say he's acting weird?
I couldn't even tell you, Ari. He's usually just so... Well, I'm good at talking, and he likes to hear me talk.
Gris,
and he was less so like that tonight. I couldn't even tell you, it didn't seem like he was wrong. He seemed very excited to see me, and then he told me I shouldn't be here.
While this is happening, I'm scanning the room for Marius to see if I can find him.
Well, maybe we should just go find him. I'd like to wish him a happy birthday.
Okay.
What were you gonna say, Ari?
No, go ahead.
He told you not to be here?
It was very nonchalant, and then Dad showed up. He said he didn't have a reason why. So I figured...
That doesn't seem like the thing you say if you don't have a reason to say it.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I just feel a little off about the situation. And Lione kind of, touches the flower on her head and looks back out to see if she can see him.
All right, everybody roll perception checks.
Yeah.
All right.
Or at least the people who are looking for Marius. So that's at least...
Yeah, at this point, Ari getting a little frustrated at going in circles is also just, intent on finding this man.
27.
That is 18 plus 1, 19.
27, 19.
19 plus 6, 25.
I used up my good roll.
Crushing it.
2 plus 3 is 5.
Okay, we're going to start with Gris. Gris, you see the people dancing on the dance floor, but you really can't see much past their hips. You realize that maybe you're the most poorly suited for this task. However, you can continue to peer around the room to try to fit in with the rest of your group. Everyone else, you sort of strain to look around. You arrived at the ball at sunset, but by now it is dark. The room is lit by candlelight and a large chandelier in the center of the room. But it is considerably less easy to see in this ballroom than it once was. However, you all have dark vision, so you take a moment to look around more keenly. You can't see Marius. You do see Thad, who is nursing a drink and watching Amelia, who appears to just be having the time of her life, spinning out from one man and into the arms of another, dancing. She catches your eye, Lione, and winks at you.
Yes.
And you give her a little thumbs up. Thad seems perturbed by it. You can also see Thaddeus, though the other two you don't know his names. You do see a man who looks a lot like Marius, but skinnier and older and with a much more distinctly snide look on his face. He is waltzing with a woman about 10 years younger than him, presumably his wife. You don't see Marius, however. You do, however, Galen, notice a door. You had presumed it to be some kind of storage closet or something, maybe a tunnel by which the various servants get around. Surely not everyone has a Bertram who simply disappears in one room and reappears in the other. It's slightly ajar. You had noticed it earlier and seen it to be closed. It looks as if maybe someone passed through that door recently.
I sort of, I assume we're all, still in a circle, right?
Yes, none of you have shared that you can't see Marius, either.
Okay.
Can any of you see him?
No,
absolutely
but...
not.
Liam looks down at Gris and is like, to be expected.
Yeah. I just go, no, But, and I sort of just like pat Lione on the back, and I like point over towards the door. I was like, there's a door over there that's slightly cracked open. It was closed before.
Lione looks to the group and
it?
says, how would you feel about seeing the other parts of the Steel Manor?
Chris's eyes light up and she's like, if it's as pretty as this room, I'm in.
I was hoping you would say that as soon as we walked in.
Lione says, I don't see him here. Ari, Gris, you don't. Ari, do you see him? I just want to make sure that I'm just not missing him.
No, the only person I can see is Amelia.
She's doing so well, too. And Lione says, I can see Thad, but I...
Oh, that's him!
Yeah, the grumpy-looking one.
Alright.
Perhaps he shouldn't have given up a beauty like Amelia, and then he wouldn't be grumpy. And Leone's kind of like, but she's also, like, serious. Like, a little, like, she's kind of freaked out. Between Marius acting weird and saying that she shouldn't be there, her giving him giving her this flower, she's like, something's wrong. So she's like, now would be the perfect time for us to go through that door. Do we want to go? Everyone's
I'm fine
distracted.
with it, but you're telling me it's not just like a servant's hall or something like that?
I have no idea. I've never been here before.
Fair enough. I just figured it'd be much like your own.
It could be, potentially. But we could find our way around and potentially look for Marius for a little bit, and if we can't find him, then we can come back.
And he won't mind the snooping, for lack of a better word.
I don't know.
Will anybody else mind us snooping?
I can talk us out of it.
Well, I'm small enough. I'm sure nobody will notice me. Should we go?
We should go.
Go.
So,
And I feel like Lione would lead the pack to kind of make it seem like I know where I'm going and I'm going where I'm supposed to be and nobody will question me.
So we're not going to sneak. We're going to just go.
Oh, Leone's just going to go. There's no
Okay.
sneaking capability. She doesn't have it. She's wearing a giant gold dress.
Galen's gonna like make a detour real fast. He's gonna follow everybody, but he's gonna break off and run up to Thad and just like pat him on the shoulder and be like, "Don't be grumpy, go get her back." And then he like slaps him on the back and then makes his way back around to the group.
okay, dude.
Galen looks back and
Why
like
are you
gives
so
him like
good
a
at that?
As you
Look.
give him a thumbs up, he does like a little like he's like shaka bruh, and
Oh my god.
gives you like a weird wink, like an awkward wink, as you go back through the crowd towards Lione. Lione, Ari, and Gris are standing in front of the door, sort of waiting a little impatiently for you to arrive, even though it only took you a few seconds to go encourage Thad.
We're like, where did you go?
I had to say something to Thad. Don't worry about it.
Oh my goodness. Are you meddling?
We've been in similar situations before. The last thing I'd want to see is for him to screw up too. All right, where were we?
Going through the door.
Right.
And Leone kind of heads through the door.
I'm certain he'll appreciate the stranger's help.
I mean, I'm sure he appreciates anybody talking to him at this point.
He's the brother of the host.
Everyone's feisty today. Gris follows Lione.
Alright, so I just want to say, Galen sees parallels between himself and B and Thaddeus and his hot girlfriend. Like, I see it. I get you. Ryan, good job. That's an inspiration point, buddy. That's a real inspiration point. Take that one.
Oh.
You enter into this hallway. It is long and dark. A single torch lights the way about halfway down the hallway. You continue down it, and it appears to turn into a staircase that heads downwards.
Leone just keeps walking.
Gris is like, oh no, another staircase that goes down.
They do that.
I know, but remember the one in the dungeon that went down even though we should have been going up?
Gris, you walked down a flight of stairs to get out of my house.
I know, but this is just scary. I'm nervous.
Leo, do you have like a light spell or anything?
No, I don't need lights. I can see. I'm fine.
Leone casts prestidigitation and looks at Galen and says, "We all have dark vision."
Chris is like,
I
I'm just
just
saying.
want Chris to trip.
I'm not
Are you
gonna
feeling
trip.
better with the light? Are you feeling better with the light, Chris?
It's a little bit better.
Okay, I'll leave it on.
Thank you.
And Leone leaves it on. So she's got one hand with fire in it walking down the stairs.
All right, so you all continue down the stairs. This appears to be some kind of storage area, presumably for grains or something. There's a few sort of loose grains of rice on the floor. It's a little musty down here, but you can hear something moving around behind one of the doors.
Do y'all hear that?
Leone calls out, Marius?
The movement stops.
Marius, are you down here?
Lady LaBelle?
Marius. Hi.
Marius!
He opens the door to the room that the sounds were coming from, and emerges. His sleeves are rolled up, and he's removed his jacket, so he's just in sort of a buttoned shirt. He's got 3 buttons undone, Leone, just for you, baby. There's some rippling pectorals visible.
Let's go!
However, though normally you would be distracted by that, your eyes kind of refocus on his wrists, where earlier you saw sort of partially healed wounds. They appear to be fresh. They're in circles, as if in the shape of cuffs. Leone, you shouldn't be here.
Keep telling me that, but not why.
Not one to tell you how to spend your birthday, but that doesn't look very comfortable.
Oh yeah, happy birthday.
Ah, thank you. Ariadne, Gris, Galen, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you
Galen's
too.
sort of like-
Hey, why did you give Leone Wolfsbane? Or
And-
Monk's Hood?
As Gris says that, Leone kind of looks at him and says, "And why did you hand it to me the way you did? And what are those marks on your wrists? What's going on?"
You are asking a lot of very good questions. It's maybe not the best time to answer them. Do you happen to know what time it is?
Do I?
It's about 8 p.m.
Leone looks and says, "Oh, when we came down here, it had gotten dark. It's about 8.
Okay, we have a few hours then. That's fine.
Huh? A few hours for what?
He sort of
Party's over? Or...
Oh, party's over.
he sort of gestures
For the cake.
and leads you all into the room he was just in. There's a few barrels, and he sort of gestures at you to sit down.
Leone sits.
Gris is just
she's kind of like
it's fine.
She's kind of like sitting like, this is very reminiscent of a few months ago. What a nice throwback.
I lift Gris up onto one and sit down on another.
Gris
just
nods. Thanks.
Leaning back against the wall. This feels like a very familiar place for Galen to be in.
He kind of looks at all of you for a moment, and he goes, really wish this was a conversation with less of an audience. And he, looks at Galen for a moment, and then looks to Leone, and he says,
I can leave.
We can speak privately
As
if you
can
want.
I,
Marius.
yeah.
Do you want me to?
It's fine. It's probably better
Well, I'd like to hear.
if, I do think
Gris.
having
Sorry.
this little foot here is the best idea. And he Galen, he looks at you for a while and he goes, "It's just Galen. I like you just fine. I think you're an okay person. I
don't like this preface.
I've learned that trust needs to be earned, and you've done nothing to prove to me that when my back is turned, you won't bury a knife in it. And clearly Lady LaBelle trusts you, and that's her own discretion. I just need to know that you're not going to leap without looking again.
Literally.
That's a good one.
That was so
That's
good.
a good one.
Oh,
And Galen
Jenny,
puts
that
his
was
hands on his
so
hips
good.
and leans forward a little bit and smiles. He's like, "That's a good one." I mean, you haven't given me a reason to, so there's that.
If it makes you feel any better, he's been to therapy.
That too, with a life cleric and all.
Yeah.
You know, like the religion people.
Lione is
learn
just
lots.
watching Marius intently, really concerned. She's genuinely concerned.
And Galen sort of just but seriously though, and then he reaches out his hand, sort of as a callback to when they bro armed on the ship. And offers his hand.
He looks at you for a moment and takes your hand for half a second and gives it half a shake before putting his hands in his pockets. He's very clearly uncomfortable. He looks around the room and sort of seems to be trying to find the words. Would you like to look around the room, friends?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
All right, this seems to be a fairly normal storage room. On the back of the door, I'm not going to make you roll perception for this. You're sitting there.
I was ready.
You're
I
just-
was ready.
I was ready.
It's,
I was ready. Yeah.
it's about a 10 by 10 room. It's really not that big.
Okay.
The back of the door has several locks on it. They seem to be made of, if not silver, a very good imitation thereof. The door itself, along the back of it, there are several long, deep scratches. You see similar ones throughout the room. There's also, somewhere behind Marius, though he tries to sort of kick it out of view, a long silver chain that's bolted to the ground that has two cuffs about the same size as the marks on his arms. It's coiled in the corner, and it looks as if he was sort of halfway into putting it on when you called out his name.
Could Gris roll a, I don't know what it'd be, animal handling? Nature?
Religion.
Religion? Oh, okay.
Should I roll a religion
Are you
check?
too?
If you want to know more about it, you absolutely can.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll a religion check.
Nat 20! I got 20
Let's
plus 1.
Fucking go. Wait, religion. 12 plus 2, 14.
I am not going to, but I just want to ask him. I was be like, did you intend to go in those?
Okay, before I answer your question,
Yeah.
Lione, you don't know anything.
Didn't
You're
think
sitting
so.
there, you're like, Marius has some secrets. Gris, you are reminded of a druidic circle that's not incredibly common. It is often called the Circle of the Moon. They're sort of a quasi-cult, though fairly respected. They worship the Moon Maiden, who they call Our Lady of Silver, the goddess Lione. She's a greater deity. She's the goddess of the moon, and many of the druids who worship her are associated with a particular condition. Many of them are the more well-intentioned or better aligned lycanthropes, those afflicted with the disease that turns them into werewolves. From what you understand, Lione typically protects them from transforming at the full moon. Though, putting the pieces together, you presume that that's become maybe not an option recently.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Gris suddenly, looks around the room one more time, quickly, eyes darting. And she stands up and walks over to Marius and places an arm on his, or a hand on his arm. And she says, "You're a lycanthrope, aren't you? And the gods aren't answering prayers, so Lione can't help you. Are you okay?"
he like takes a step back from you. And looks at you for a moment and says, "No, I'm not okay. I feel like I need to be honest here." And Lione, and he steps towards Lione, and he looks at you for a minute, like hard in the eyes, and says,
I think Lione stands at this point as they're looking at each other.
So, yeah, Gris, she figured it out.
Okay.
I want to. I know what you're thinking. I know you're thinking that I didn't tell you because I don't trust you, and I need you to know that that's the farthest thing from the truth. Any and all faith that you've shown me has been returned in kind, and I know that that's a big deal for you, and this wasn't. It's not. I need you to know that I trust you.
Leona's just kind of like nodding, but not really saying anything.
And it was just it. Okay, so the military. I left the military because this happened, and he seems to be trying to pull himself together, and stops for a minute, and he says, I like it better when you're the one talking.
Lione is kind of like reeling a little bit, but she's also like, as he's talking, she's thinking back to how she would have reacted to this prior to everything that happened, and instead she's sitting there like, well, he saw me at my worst, so why? I mean, like, okay, he saw me looking like a literal like dragon, for lack of a better term. Like, my eyes were not right. And she kind of looks at him and she says, and I feel like she would go to like grab his arm in some sort of like comfort. And she says, you know, you know a lot about me. We've all got our dark things. I've got my dad. You've got this. We'll have to talk about this, but we can talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, I need you to understand that before what I told you about my mother and everything, I had managed to convince myself that that was the most shameful part of me. It's been under control. It hasn't been something I've had to think about in years. But with the life that we live and the company we keep, it convinces us that there's nothing more significant than the blood that flows through our veins, and whether we can trace our lineage back hundreds of years and still find gold in our pockets. And so I thought that I was showing you the worst part of me, and it was so easy when I didn't know you, for a lot of reasons. But when I saw the worst of you, and at first that's all you were to me, just beautiful and terrifying, that was easy. And then I got to know you, and you were not only beautiful and terrifying, but so much more. And I convinced myself that I didn't need to tell you the whole truth, and that this wasn't ever going to be relevant. And I was, and I am still terrified that you'll see me as a monster because you were able to change your fate and everything, and this is just who I am. And I'm worried that you'll think that of me, not only for what I am, but for how I came to be it.
How did you, Marius? How did this happen?
I really backed myself into a corner there, didn't I?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll address the rest after you tell me that.
Okay. Yeah, good. Well, as your friend probably knows, because she figured it out pretty easily, we become what we are through largely attacks. I was in the Navy, was one of my last missions before I was to be promoted. We got a call, or rather word, from an island, a small island, that strange things were happening. People were dying, and nobody knew why. And when we landed there, the village was gone. Everyone was gone, and we were attacked. The whole crew died. My whole crew always seems to die. It feels like... Never mind. I survived, and a druid found me, told me what happened, and after my first transformation taught me how to make a pact with Lione so it wouldn't happen again. But I am this way because I failed every man in my command. And this is my curse for being insufficient as their leader.
That makes Lione angry. Leone's pissed. She looks at him and she's like, so let me get this straight. You think that you think yourself a monster because you were ambushed when you went out on a mission.
Well, when you put it like that, Lione...
No, I just want you to agree with me or not so that I can tell you that you're wrong.
I don't like that either. Yes, that is more or less what I believe.
Would you have felt the same if it happened to your subordinate?
Exactly.
It didn't matter. My subordinate wasn't in charge. I was in charge. I was responsible.
Lione goes to put her hand on, like, just his cheek, but, like, does it slowly so that he doesn't, like, kind of freak out.
Okay.
Does he allow that to happen?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, it's good. Consent is very sexy, Lione. Go on.
Lione looks at him with her hand on his cheek, and she kind of looks into his eyes and says, Marius, do you think me a monster?
No, Lione.
Then why would I think you are a monster?
Because you have the circumstance of birth. And I became this way.
You are not a monster, Marius. You're Marius. And we're going to help you figure this out.
Also, it's not at all like, it's not your fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing about this situation. It's not retribution for not being able to save those under your command. It's a freak accident.
On his
Chris is like baffled that he thinks that. And she's like, well, there's got to be something we can help. And Chris kind of is like, immediately like, herbs, remedies? You
said you had made a pact. Is it no longer in effect, or?
About 3 months ago, 2 months, give or take, Whatever tied me to Saloon fractured. She hasn't helped. Usually, it's not a problem, but...
Another
Well,
going silent.
Yeah, like Lione says, if it makes you feel any better, it is definitely not personal. But just another really unfortunate turn of events. I'm looking at Lione.
Lione looks back at Marius and says, I need you to understand that I'm not angry at you for being a lycanthrope. I don't know what the term is. I didn't really study that.
It's fine.
Didn't think I'd have to study that, although maybe I should now. Perhaps my family has some books on it. I'm not gonna think less of you for that, Marius. Marius, when you met me, the only reason you're not a bird is because I murdered someone in cold blood.
Also because I talked to you.
Well,
as a bird.
Honestly, and then, Lione, in your defense, I thought that was pretty hot.
Cute. I thought so too.
Sorry.
And
he
says,
he looks at Ariadne, he's like, I know that wasn't appropriate to say in front of
I mean, you're not wrong. And this was before she knew how to fight.
True.
Oh, yeah.
I knew magic then. And Lione goes, and then you immediately found out that my father was the gilded sorcerer. And you think that I'm going to think you're a monster? Marius, no. Are we going to have a chat about trust and open communication? Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought you might say that.
That'll be a conversation we have to have, and you probably won't like it. But that's what you do when someone is important to you.
Yeah, at this point, he's taken the hand that's on his cheek and he's put one hand over it, and he's just kind of like got his eyes closed, and he's like, "Thank you." And he opens his eyes again and kind of gently takes your hand off of his face and gives a little squeeze before stepping back and putting his hands back in his pockets. And he looks over to the rest of your party, and he's like, well, do you all have any thoughts?
Well, I'm wondering what we can do that isn't chaining you up and cutting your wrists, to be honest, Marius.
Well, it's sort of a skin sensitive.
Gris kind of nods.
I can keep this up for whatever, but it sounds like you know what the problem is. So I have to assume you're trying to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She likes to do that.
Yeah, it's why we were in Freyland looking for other books.
Yeah.
I wish we could tell you how soon we'll fix it, or if we can, but
you know the Harvest Festival we went to?
Yes, I did like your letters about that. Quite entertaining.
One thing that I didn't really talk about was that the Harvest Goddess has also gone quiet, and so has the god that the orcs have in their heads.
Well,
yeah,
most of them.
I've read about him.
Yeah, and Shanti.
Thank you. Those are the names.
And those are
gone out of my brain.
And now, remind me pronunciation for the moon goddess.
Salune.
Salune. And now Salune. So, and those are just the ones we know of.
Yeah.
I overheard when this was being talked about, just in general terms. So it's not you, and you're not the only one who's feeling a little abandoned right now.
It's good to know.
But maybe we can help you in the short term, since we are in a house full of people, and you only have a couple hours.
And it's like Lione comes to her senses, and she's like, "Oh, Does your father know?
No. Do not tell my father, Lione.
I didn't know. I have no intention of speaking to that man unless I absolutely have to, Marius. He called my mother a whore.
He spins around and he points at Galen and he's like, you will tell no one.
Marius, I turn into a shark when I get wet.
I eat people, Galen.
Chris is like, I turn into animals for fun.
Well, like, this is like, see, Galen is like, yeah, like, he doesn't really understand the gravity of the situation. At first, like, he saw the chains and he was like, oh.
Oh, shit.
Don't kill me!
We're just worried for our friend's sake.
Too much time with B.
The intelligence thumbsat, right? Religion's an intelligence thing. He doesn't know this. The only, like, sort of remotely holy thing that he's ever experienced is that his dad had, like, a little statuette in his house. That was it. He doesn't know anything about religion or gods or anything like that. And then, so, like, for him, he was just like, oh, this he likes to be chained. Cool. But then as he, like, started going on and on, he's just like, you could turn into a wolf. Cool.
It was a kinky thing.
He thought Marius was bottom.
Ask Galen.
Galen's like kindred spirits.
Wow. Cool. But then, like, as he started talking more and more, Galen was just like, he's thinking to himself, he's like, you can turn into an animal, like Gris does that. I kind of do that. Like, I don't understand the gravity of the situation.
Well, I think it's that he can't control it.
It's not just a wolf, Galen.
Well, Galen's thinking this. He hasn't said this out loud.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
But he as he sees Marius point to him, and he's like, I can turn into a shark, and then Marius is like, it's not just that, and then Galen goes like, I know. I understand now. I didn't before. But if I don't. Sorry, Lione and Marius. I don't like nobles in the first place.
Yeah, that's my
I'm
issue.
not going to be talking to your dad.
Well, but the thing is, I don't think you have any sense of sort of kinship with me either, Galen. I see you as someone who treats secrets as negotiating material, and I need you to know this is not something I'm willing to negotiate with.
Okay.
Okay. And honestly, I trust Lione to keep you in line, so it's... Or Miss Littlefoot. She seems quite formidable.
I'll try not to take offense at not being at being third in line.
Ariadne, we're drinking buddies. I'd trust you to deliver my children.
Wow, that took a turn.
At this, Ari's eyes like go a little wide. I'm like, I don't think that's the smartest decision you've ever made, but I'll appreciate the sentiment and offer you my flask at any point in time.
He nods.
So your father doesn't know, but does Thad know?
God knows what gets through his thick skull.
Oh my god.
Fair point. Why did he automatically go to calling me Biddy? I know this is a little bit out of... It's just really bothering me. I know. I'm sorry. It's just I don't understand. Is that like his like normal thing that he does?
Yes.
Okay.
He will also call men bruh or dude, depending on how much kinship he feels. I've only heard dude a couple times. He seems to think that only the best of men get referred to as dude. He's having a hard time. I'm gonna cut him some slack on that one.
That's fair.
He was gonna propose to this girl and he got cold feet. He's young.
Chris kind of looks at Galen and is like, you did the right thing. Like, she's just like, I'm glad you went back to him. She's like about to tear up.
He like looks between the two of you and he's like, Galen, did you talk to Thad?
get Amelia. He was trying to
exactly.
fix the situation.
Not exactly. Amelia was very inebriated.
She's, yeah.
She walked up to me, asking me questions and stuff. I wasn't really feeling it. I tried to read her fortune. She didn't want to. And then she started crying, just out of nowhere. Lione said that's a thing.
That's not your fault. No, don't worry about that one.
Not even remotely your fault. Yeah. That's just Amelia.
Amelia's kind of a hot mess.
That's the perfect way to describe it.
I know.
Apparently, Thad dumped her tonight.
He's just he'll figure it out. He's do they have idiots in Aquera?
You're talking to one.
I was gonna say you're speaking to one. Yeah.
I didn't want to make a
The fact that Galen said that.
The fact that
I'm self-aware.
God.
I know I'm not the most liked person here, but I'd like to think I've grown a bit.
Gris gives like a motherly nod and like beams at him for a second and says, "Yeah, he absolutely has."
That's good. Galen, I am sorry for doubting you.
It's fine. I don't blame you.
I'd like to see you prove me wrong. I think I'd.
Did you say that Thad was going to propose to Amelia?
He doesn't know what he. I mean, I know he wants it. He's just Thad's misguided. They'll work out. I have perfect faith in Amelia.
Amelia. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes you have to pick your players a little bit.
Yeah.
So about you.
Yeah, we are kind of sober.
Your plan for tonight.
I go ahead.
No, you go.
I want to look at Lione, and I motion to your bag, Lione, and I go, do you by any chance have and I motion to my, like, wraps, my hand and wrist wraps, hoping you'll understand, and then just go, like, point over at Marius and go, they won't do much, but at least for comfort. And I look at Marius like, I don't know what else I can help you with, but I got that.
Lione kind of starts digging through her bag, but as she's doing that, she looks up at Marius and says, genuinely, what can we do to help this go as seamlessly as possible? It's your birthday. People are going to be looking for you. When does this happen? How long does it happen for? Marius, how can we help?
It typically starts around midnight. I try to be down here by 11. There were a lot of questions about the retirement and a lot of energy on me. I thought it was better to slip out sooner rather than later. There's not much you can do, but... And he, like, seems to think for a moment, and he goes, it's not a ball without a dance. A beautiful woman, if you would maybe make one last appearance with me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if anyone asks, tell them I told you I wasn't feeling well.
Always tell them I got you too drunk. Anyone will believe that.
Oh. Well, the problem, Ariadne, is I am renowned for my ability to put it back, as it were.
I chuckle at that, and I'm like, oh, yeah, but, I mean, you can count on me to make that story believable upstairs. If I dared you to keep pace with me, I think we both know we'd be evenly matched.
Well, I will entrust to all of you some kind of lie. I do think perhaps this is where Galen comes in handy.
In my line of work, we like to think ahead. So, you said that you can tell people that you're not feeling well. There's sort of a chef or a baker or some sort of food merchant that the Steels aren't particularly fond of.
Well, whatever you do, don't go after the bartender. Lione recommended his place when we got back, and it's quite nice.
Oh, that
Megan.
kid's great.
He knows Travis.
Yeah, it's Travis's bar owns the we contracted them. No, but
we can make it a food poisoning thing.
we could just
You
anyone
ate some.
asks, I became upset that Miss Whitehall was here and chose to take my leave early.
That's good.
Easy enough.
Now that's understandable.
And Galen sort of claps his hands together. He's like, "You dodged a bullet with that one. I'll be quite honest. This one's much better." And he points to Lione.
This one?
Well, we are biased.
I'm Lione.
This one, affectionate.
Okay. All right.
In parentheses.
I'll let you get away with that one, Galen.
So is this like the best place for him? Are they going to be able to hear him down here? Do we need to move him to another location? Does Gris know anything about werewolves?
Gris doesn't have a solution other than like, yep, you're just gonna have to kind of ride it out. The music should cover up any kind of noises. He seems to have gotten away with being down here before with his family living in the house, so presumably it should be okay. Yeah, no, there's not really any real problems here. He seems to have it pretty well figured out, other than the fact that you all sort of figured out what's happening.
Damn, I was ready.
Yes, the main reason we came to this party didn't want to see us, and we would not be concerned.
Lione kind of looks at him and says, well, should we go dance then?
I would very much like that, Lady LaBelle.
And I feel like Lione would like wait for him to get his like shirt back on.
Yeah,
derogatory.
He like buttons up his shirt a little bit and like kind of pulls on the doublet that goes over it and fastens it into place and smooths out his clothes and goes, well, let's make these next few hours count, Lady LaBelle and friends.
Yeah,
sounds wonderful. I feel like Lione would like thread her arm around his.
He leads you back upstairs, and you all sort of manage to slip back out the door without much hullabaloo. The band, it seems, has started another song, and he takes a step back, Lione, bows, and holds out a hand to you and says, may I have this dance?
As is what would be like, I presume, proper tradition, Lione would like gently curtsy back and say, of course, and takes his hand.
He leads you to the center of the ballroom before I describe the dance. The rest of the party, what you doing?
I find Thad.
Okay.
I'm looking for Thad.
I think Gris is trying to convince Ariadne to dance with her.
Ari looks apprehensively at the rest of the crowd. Just go, like, then sighs and leans down and goes, you get one.
Gris is like, yes! And so she mimics the bow that Lione just did and like raises her hands up to Ariadne.
Ari's just gonna chuckle and try and mimic what they caught Marius doing out of like the corner of their eye, but obviously is just gonna like mess it up, so it's either like gonna squeeze Gris's hand too hard or something. It's just like, let's just go.
Gris kind of lets out like a slight yelp at the hand squeeze, and she's like, it's okay. Let's do some spinning. Or some twirling. My cape will look wonderful.
You both step out onto the dance floor. Meanwhile, Galen, you sort of set off in search of Thad. Thad is seated on a chair and still holding his drink. He seems to be about halfway done with it. And as you approach, he looks up at you and sadly goes, "Suh, dude."
Hey, dude.
Oh, called you dude.
You got dude.
Out of character. This has very like lonely kid at the school dance kind of vibes.
He's sad because his girlfriend doesn't want to hang out with him because he jumped her. He made a mistake. Okay. He's lamenting his mistakes.
Yeah, and knowing that, Galen sort of walks over and he does like to continue with the analogy, like the friendly gym teacher, like crouch down, like hands on his knees, like
Don't kill me.
what's going on, bud?
There was this girl, man.
The one in pink, right?
Yeah, I really liked her, dude. She was I freaked out. I panicked and just kind of ran and I really like her, man. Not to be like, hey, random dude that I just met, do you want to tell me about have you ever been in love, man?
Yeah, actually. And dude, honestly, I was in the same position that you are.
Oh.
Right now.
Did it work out for you?
Yeah, but I had to come to reality with myself. I had to own up to what I did and the mistakes that I made and realize that it can't just make it all about me if I want it to work out. So if you want her and you want to be with her, you're Marius' brother, right?
Yeah, dude.
Do you want to marry that girl?
I mean, yeah, he got like a ring and everything. He like pulls out and he shows you, and he's like, "But like I
have it on you."
Well, I was gonna. I don't know, man. It's hard. Women are hard. I don't know how to understand them.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're soft and they're nice and they're so smart with their mouths and they can talk real good and she's so pretty, dude. She's so pretty.
Yeah. Women are like that. Listen. I'm gonna tell you this. If you want Amelia as much as you say you do, I need you to knuckle down and bite the bullet or the sword or knife or cannonball, whatever the right analogy is for fantasy.
We have lacrosse but no guns. Go on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fall on your sword.
No guns.
I need you to fall on your sword and just go for it, because if you keep running and hiding from the choices that you've made, it's only going to get worse.
All right, dude. I trust you. I don't know who the hell you are, but you're pretty cool for an older guy.
Galen feels like sort of a pain in his chest hearing that, but he like stands up and he like holds his hand out to like help him up out of his seat. And he's like, "Come on, you've got some work to do."
So instead of taking your hand, he slaps it in a low five, stands up on his own, smacks you on the back, and goes, "Thanks, man, I owe you one," and then just walks away from you.
I love that.
Galen just like puts his hands on his hips and is like, "I swear to God, if Amelia comes crying to me again, I'm gonna kill that kid."
Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Ari and Gris have begun to just kind of spin. There's no real waltz that they're doing, but they are seemingly enjoying themselves, and the rest of the nobility gives them a wide berth as Ari holds on to Gris's forearm and spins her feet off the ground in an aggressive circle. Lione, typically this would annoy you, but you're dancing with Marius. He holds you close and looks down at you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for inviting us, even though you didn't really want us here.
Well,
it's a joke, Marius. It's fine.
I sent the letter because I wanted to see you.
I know. Lione says, it's like, I wish you would have told me, but I understand why you were hesitant to. Don't think I don't get it.
Thank you for understanding and not running away.
I mean, like, realistically, I could probably kick your ass. But I wouldn't, don't worry.
I mean, not with your sword, you couldn't. You still have a lot of practice to do.
I meant with my fire and spells.
Yes.
But thank you for pointing out that I'm still quite unskilled with the sword.
I meant no offense.
I know. Lione kind of chuckles and says, everybody was so interested in the sword you got me, gave me, made me.
Well, I hope they had nice things to say.
They were more so interested in what we had been up to.
Oh, and what did you tell them we've been up to?
That you come to see me every time you're in Alis.
Well,
and that I have a very good time when you do.
Why wouldn't I come to see you every time in Alis?
I don't know. You could have suddenly decided that I was too dramatic, too evil of a father. Leone's like being like very like, I know this is not the case, but she's just being like dramatic.
I happen to think all of those make you all the more interesting.
Thank you, Marius. You know, you're the first person, and she kind of like looks around the room as they're dancing, out of everyone here that knew me as Lione before they knew me as Lady LaBelle. And I think that makes you special.
I think I like it when you think I'm special.
Oh, so cute. Oh my god. And I don't know. I feel like Lione would just like be like happy, dancing, having a good time.
Alright, so you twirl, and he dips you very skilledly, and picks you back up, and the band plays its final notes. The song comes to an end, and he looks down at you and he says, "You did look very beautiful tonight, but I hope you know that you always look very beautiful, Leon."
Thank you, Marius.
And I do hope I get the chance to see you again.
Why wouldn't you?
Things can change, Leon, and it's okay if they do, but I'm glad I saw you.
Lione kind of goes and places her hand on Marius's face and is like, "Are you worried I'm going to run away because of this? Is that what you're worried about?"
No, Lione, I'm just, it makes me very happy to see you adventure, but, I've seen the kinds of things that you get up to, and so it's more...
You're worried about me.
I know you are very capable and smart and confident and powerful, but...
I'm not immortal.
Yeah.
I'll stay safe.
Do you promise?
I promise.
It's good enough for me. And he takes your hand off of his face and kisses it very gently. And looks at you.
Adorable. I feel like Lione would kiss him.
Would Lione like to kiss him?
Absolutely.
All right.
Without question, she would. And she would be the one to initiate it. Hands down.
He is a little surprised. You stand on your tiptoes, because he's tall, and kiss him. And he takes a step, almost a step back, kind of like a little surprised, but lets you kiss him. Kisses you back, passionately, as the band ends its song. And
Good job, Marius.
He breaks away and looks at you and he says, "That might have been the best birthday gift so far."
Lione chuckles audibly at that and says, "Well, then you can say I got you 2 gifts."
And I loved them both. And he lets go of your hand at last and says, I should be going.
Yeah. We will handle it from here.
All right. Lady LaBelle. I hope to see you again. And if you want to bring me another gift from your travels, that one was quite nice.
I can do that.
The band strikes up another song, and he disappears back through the door at the edge of the ballroom. You find the rest of your companions and make a sort of game plan, so to speak, following Galen's instructions. Anyone who asks, you tell that Marius was very unhappy with the presence of his ex-wife. Lione, you have the pleasure of telling this to Alyssa herself. She turns absolutely red in the face and throws what remains of her drink on your dress. You find that Raphael seems to have prepared for this as the liquid sort of repels off the fabric. But you are offered the chance to slap her. Do you take it?
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh, I don't know. No.
You, like a lady, step back.
Ah.
Choose some choice words for her, and she seems ashamed of herself, excusing herself from the party altogether.
That's what I thought.
That evening, you head home to the LaBelle Manor. Bertram lets you in, and seeing how happy Lione looks, gives you a knowing look before showing each person back to their rooms. That night, the full moon hangs in the sky, and you swear, if you listen carefully, you can hear the howling of a wolf. We will be back next week with more Tabletop Tavern. Party's got a lot of places to go from here. I hope you enjoyed that romantic scene between Vic and I. I think we played it rather well.
Absolutely, we did.
Victoria, if you ever want to have a romantic dance, you know where to find me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see you all next week. Be sure to join the Discord if you haven't already. Check out our Twitter for memes, the Discord for
Laughs.
theories.
A lot of chuckles this afternoon.
Successful theories.
Yeah,
damn.
I have to tell you all, I saw that post. Message Stacy, was like, what the hell? Why are you guessing correctly? So we will see you all next week. And until then, take care of yourselves. Be good to each other. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay warm. And yeah, thank you for hanging out with us.
Good night,
Bye,
everyone.
everyone.